Interlace your hands and sit. Yes, very good, very good. Go down, go down. Yes, get yourself as close to the ground as possible. Sit down as much as you can. Sit down and hold in this position. Hold in this position. Visualize yourself as the great sage Gorakhanatha and do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Doing the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka is where you're going to be visualizing that the breath that you're inhaling is circulating throughout your entire body. Visualize that the prana shakti that is going inside your entire body is circulating throughout your entire body, and exhale. So in this asana, tighten your perineum region into the Moola Bandha. All of you are doing it very nicely. Tighten yourself into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, you can relax. Continue to stay with your legs in the same position. Okay, so now in the same asana, you are going to be sitting down fully in a full squat position. Let us all get into a full squatting position. All of you get into the full squat position. Ellarum ipo kaala fulla madaki keela ukkarunga. No, your hands are normal. You don't need to place your hands under your knees. This time we are going to be placing below your buttocks. You are going to be interlocking your hands below your buttocks. So go down all the way. Go down all the way and lock your hands below your buttocks. உங்களோட buttocks கீழே உங்களோட கையை வந்து நீங்க கோர்த்து வைக்க போறீங்க. Yes, you can lean a little bit forward. If you need more balance, lean a little forward. Okay, if you lean a little forward, you will be able to get more balance in this asana. So try to lean a little bit forward. Yes, sorry for the technical issue. Let us continue now. So in this asana, you're going to be visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, continuing to do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Jiva Chala Kumbhaka is where you are inhaling, visualizing that the prana is going throughout your entire body, and exhaling. Tighten your perineum region into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Guru Madhyadhakto Niveshya Nitambam Dhritva Padatalabhyam Bhumim Vashtabhya Tishtet Kanchyasanam Bhavati. Yes, now you can relax. Now we'll be going into the next asana. Next asana is the Bairu asana. So in this asana, you're going to be getting your legs together. So it's almost the same asana, but a little bit different. Get your feet together. Get both your feet together. They should be touching each other. உங்களோட ரெண்டு காலையும் கொண்டு வந்து தொடர மாதிரி வெச்சுக்கோங்க. You're not sitting on the ground. You're not sitting on the ground. Get your butt up. உங்களோட buttocks தூக்கிக்கோங்க. தரையில உட்காராதீங்க. நீங்க தரையில உட்கார போறது இல்ல இப்போ. காலை நீங்கள் ஒன்றா சேர்த்து வச்சுட்டு நீங்கள் உங்களோட கையை வந்து பட்டக்ஸுக்கு பின்னாடி லாக் பண்ணிவிட்டு உங்களோட வயிறை நீங்கள் பார்க்க போகிறீங்க. ஸோ இந்த தாசனா யூஆர் கோயிங் டு பி locking, getting your feet together in a full squatting position, locking your hands behind the buttocks and bending your head forward and down and gazing towards your stomach. Let us all get into this position. Bend forward and down and gaze towards the stomach. Come on, come on, come on. All of you get into the position. All of you perform the asana. Come on. Get up, get up, get up. It's not a break time. It is time for doing the yoga. Come on. Your knees are not spread apart. Your knees are together. Your knees are together. Your knees are not spread apart. Keep your knees together. Your hands are not going from in front of your knees. It is going from the sides of your knees. So keep your knees together and toes together. Lock your hands behind your buttocks and gaze towards your stomach. In this asana, visualize yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava. Bhagavan Kala Bhairava is the Lord of time and space. Visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava and keep your gaze towards the navel center. Continuing to do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Inhaling and exhaling in the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Lock your perineum into the Moola Bandha. Tighten your buttocks and the genital region. Tighten and pull it inwards. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Now you can relax. And just be seated on the ground in the same position. Just be seated on the ground. Okay, just relax your feet now. Just relax your feet so you can relax your calves and your toes and everything. You're going to be getting into the next asana, which is the Varahasana. So just stretch your legs out, rotate your feet and relax them. Okay, now let's get into the asana. Now again get back into the same position, which is a full squatting position, with your feet together and knees together. From this asana, you can lean a little bit forward and get your hands into the Namaskara Mudra all the way behind your neck with your elbows pointing upwards. Keep your gaze to the nose. Come on, all of you get into the asana. This is the asana. Get into the full squatting position with your feet together, knees together. Get your hands into the Anjali Mudra and lift your elbows up. Your elbows are beside your ears. Your elbows are next to your ears in this asana. Come on, let us all perform this asana now. Lean a little bit forward, you'll get better balance. Your hands are above your head. Sorry, behind your head. Your hands are behind your head with your elbows bent. உங்களோட கையை மடக்கி நீங்கள் வந்து உங்களோட கையை நமஸ்கார முத்திரையில் உங்களோட தலைக்கு பின்னாடி வைங்க. இதே பொசிஷனில் உட்கார்ந்து கையை ரெண்டுத்தையும் சேர்த்து நமஸ்கார முத்திரையில் வச்சுட்டு கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி சாஞ்சிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு பேலன்ஸ் நல்லா கிடைக்கும். Let us all balance in this asana. Visualize yourself as a boar, the avatar of Mahavishnu, one of the powerful avatars of Mahavishnu. Continue to do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing that the prana is circulating throughout your entire body, and exhaling, hold yourself, lock yourself into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पागधले के माहिले कोर मिलाये फना पानी उकड़ बैठे.
Yes, the next asana is the Pripithasana. So in this asana, what we are going to be doing is come back to the squatting position. All of you get back into the squatting position. This is a very simple asana. So from this asana, you are going to be holding your big toes in the Prana Mudra. So இதே பொசிஷன்ல இருந்து உங்களோட காலோட கட்ட விரல் ரெண்டுத்தையுமே உங்களோட விரல்கள் வச்சு நீங்க பிடிக்க போறீங்க. கை விரல் வச்சு நீங்க உங்களோட கால் விரல்ல பிடிக்க போறீங்க. பிடிச்சிட்டு அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் எழுந்திருச்சுக்கோங்க. After you hold, get yourself into a 90-degree position. Just lift your buttocks up, lift your butt up and hold yourself in a 90-degree position. Hold yourself in a 90-degree position with your toes. Yes, hold here. All of you hold in this position. Not fully down, not fully up. In between. நீங்க ஃபுல்லா கீழேயும் போல ஃபுல்லா மேலேயும் வரல, நடுவுல பிடிச்சுக்க போறீங்க. So not fully down, not fully up. Hold in between. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Inhale and exhale in the Jivachala Kumbhaka. Tighten your perineum into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वानितमं जानप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् पीठासनं भवति.
Beautiful. Now you can relax. Just stand up and relax. Shake your legs out, shake your hands and relax. Just relax. Okay. So next, what we are going to be doing is the Bakasana. Okay, so the Bakasana is a very powerful posture. It's a posture where you're going to be balancing on top of your hands. Okay, all of you look at the screen. Requesting all of you to look at the screen. So first you're going to be bending forward and down, placing both your hands on the ground with your fingers spread apart. Okay, spread your fingers apart nicely and place your hands firmly on the ground. Then you are going to be placing your knees by the back of your armpits. You're going to be placing your knees in the armpits as close as possible towards your armpits and slowly lean forward, getting your butt up. Get your buttocks up as much as you can. Lean forward. Try to keep your hands straight. Lean forward and get your toes off the ground. So this is the asana. Okay. So I think many of you can already do it. You can do if you can. If you cannot do, we will be going step by step now. Okay. First, place your hands on the ground. From a squatting position, place your hands on the ground. And come on. All of you do. எல்லாரும் பண்ணுங்க. இப்போ எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து பண்ணலாம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் உங்களோட கையை வந்து விரல்களை விரிச்சு உங்களோட தரையில வைங்க. விரல்களை விரிச்சு உங்களோட கையை வந்து தரையில வைங்க. உங்களோட முட்டியை வந்து உங்களோட அக்கிள், உங்களோட கைக்கு அடியில் வைக்கணும். உங்களோட முட்டியை வந்து உங்களோட அக்கிளில் வைங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் வந்து ஸ்லோலி காலை தூக்க போகிறீங்க. So first place your knees behind your armpits. Come on, all of you place your knees behind your armpits. Your knees are going behind your armpits. Okay? Place your knees behind your armpits. Slowly bend forward. Okay? Place your knees behind your armpit and press it against. Press it. Your knees should be pressing against your armpit. Not just there. You should be pressing your knees against your armpit and slowly lean forward. Press your knees against your armpits and slowly lean forward and down. Lifting your toes up. Lift one leg. If you can lift just one leg, lift one leg. If you can lift off both the legs, lift both the legs. Okay, let us now do the asana and hold that. We are going to be visualizing a crow in your inner space. Continuing to do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling visualizing that the prana is going throughout your entire body, and lock yourself into the Moola Bandha, tighten your perineum region, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य जङ्घा ऊरूनि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति.
Okay. The next asana is the Sushtanga Kapali asana. So this is an inverted position. You're going to be doing an inverted position now. அடுத்து வந்து சுஷ்டாங்க கபாலி ஆசனம். நீங்கள் வந்து தலை கீழே நிற்க போகிறீங்க. So what you're going to be doing is, see, if you have any health conditions like heart related issues, or if you're pregnant, do not perform this asana. If you have any particular health conditions, do not perform this asana. If you need a clarification, the participants can also post your questions in the Zoom chat, so we will be clarifying that. And if you have high blood pressure, or if you're pregnant, do not perform this asana. So now you're going to be getting into the position. All of you first look at the screen before you perform. Just relax. Just sit and relax. All of you can just sit and relax. Look at the screen. First look at the screen. Then we'll be going step by step on how to perform this asana. Okay. So from the sitting position, place your hands on the ground. Now, from this position, place your head on the ground. The crown of your head will be on the ground. The most important part here is for you to balance is you should see that there are three parts on the ground. One is both your hands, the crown of your head. These are the three parts that are on the ground. Okay, that is how you're balancing. Now, slowly lift your legs up. Walk yourself forward, lifting your hips up. Slowly walk your toes forward, and lift your toes up. Walk forward and lift your toes up. Hold in this position and stretch your legs all the way up and lock it into the Padmasana. Okay, so this is the asana. So let us all now perform the asana together. Let us all come together and perform the asana. Okay, all of us, let us perform the asana. Place your hands on the ground, your head on the ground, and slowly get your toes forward and up and lift it up. And lock yourself into the Padmasana in this position and lift your feet up. You can come into partners. For this asana, you can come into partners. You can do it as partners. This asana can be performed with partners. You can take the help of another person and you can perform this asana as partners. So come on, let's all get into partners. If you have someone with you, you can perform this as partners. உங்க கூட யாராச்சும் இருக்காங்கன்னா நீங்க அதை பார்ட்னரோட பண்ணலாம், சேர்ந்து பண்ணலாம். ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து உங்களோட தலையை தரையில் வைங்க, உங்களோட கையை தரையில் வைங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா உங்களோட காலை வந்து நீங்கள் முன்னாடி கொண்டு வந்துட்டு தூக்கிட்டு பத்மாசனாக்குள்ள நீங்கள் லாக் பண்ணிக்க போறீங்க. Okay. If you cannot perform Padmasana, you can keep your knees just bent into the normal position. That is good. If you need help from someone to put it in the Padmasana, you can take their help to lock your feet in Padmasana. Come on, all of you get into the position. All of you get into partners. Let's start. I don't see everyone getting into partners. Let's all get into partners. எல்லாரும் பார்ட்னரோட பண்ணுங்க. இன்னொருத்தரோட ஹெல்ப் எடுத்துட்டு பண்ணுங்க. Take the help of another person and do. You do not have to do it alone. It's easier to do it with a partner. So let us all try. Come on, come on. Let us keep trying. Yes, yes. Good, good, good. I see many of you are doing it. That is beautiful. Okay. So in this asana, you're going to be visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and keeping your gaze to the nose. Inhaling and exhaling in the Jivachala Kumbhaka, visualizing that the prana that you're inhaling is going throughout your entire body. Tighten your perineum in the Moola Bandha, locking yourself into the Moola Bandha. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Asana Kogana Kapala Achohoi.
Okay. The next asana is the Guptasana. So just be seated on the ground in this position with your knees on the ground with your toes behind you. Keep your toes flat with it touching your opposite feet. Heels come to the outside of your hips. Your heels will come outside of the hips. Like this. Your toes are touching each other. And place your hands on top of your knees. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And keep your gaze to the nose. Visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and the Guru. This is the Guptasana. Continue to chant the Jivachala Kumbhaka. Continue to do the Jivachala Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Janurvorantare Pado Kritva Pado Chakopayet Pado Parichasam Sthapya Gudam Guptasanam Viduho.
Yes. The next asana is the Vrikshasana 2. Okay. So this is the handstand position. Okay. So we are going to be getting into handstand now. So how many of you can do handstand here? Just raise your hands. If any of you can do a little bit, even a little bit if you can do. Yes, great. So many of you can do. That's nice. So let us get into the handstand position now. You can get into partners. If you need to, you can use the help of a partner to do this asana. So let us get into the handstanding position. All of you first stand up, come on to your feet. Stand up and come on to your feet and get into the Gajasana position. Means bend forward and down. You can use the support of a wall or the support of a partner. So if you need to go to the wall, you can go to the wall now. Okay, so if you need to go to the wall, get close to the wall. Yes. So what we are going to be doing is placing both the hands firmly on the ground. Okay, with your fingers spread apart. நீங்க வந்து உங்களோட கையை வந்து நல்லா தரையில வைக்க போறீங்க. நம்ம இப்ப ஹேண்ட் ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ண போறோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து விரல்களை விரிச்சிட்டு நீங்க கையை தரையில வைங்க. கஜாசனா பொசிஷன்ல வாங்க. இப்போ உங்களோட கால்களை நீங்க வந்து மேல தூக்கி நிக்க போறீங்க. So now you are going to be kicking your legs up and holding in the Vrikshasana position. Okay. Now just lift your feet up and hold in the position. Try to hold as much as you can. Visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots. Inhale and exhale normally. Tighten your core muscles and the Moola Bandha. Do the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Come on, let's all try. Let's all do the asana. Nice, nice, wonderful. Let's all try. Come on, come on, come on. Everyone try.
Saptachakrakshalanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan Jananendriya Dadadhya Konabhedan Samabhyaset.
Yes. Come on, come on. If you need a few more seconds, you can try. Come on, I want everyone to try. Let's all try. Before moving on to the next asana, let's all try. If you need partners, if you need help from another person, you can take. Let us all try. Come on. Let us all do this asana now. Take the support of a wall. It is best to take the support of a wall. It is easier with a wall support or the help of another person. But let us all try. Come on, hold in the position. Yes. Okay, next we are going to be entering into the Shibu Asana. So this is also another asana with a handstand only. So the same asana we are going to be doing, but with your hands closer together. So those of you who can already do handstand, you can try to keep your hands closer and do, because this is a little bit more harder version of the handstand. Okay, so now let's continue practicing the handstand. Let us continue trying. You can use the help of a partner. You can use the help of a wall. Come on, try. All of you try. Get your hands closer together and lift your legs up and hold in the position as much as you can. Yes, very nice. Hold. Get your hands as close as possible and hold in the position. Hold here. All of you hold in the position. Try. Just ask the other person to hold your feet and lift you up. Okay. So in this asana, keep your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Tighten your perineum region into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Come on, all of you try. Hold.
Dovu pagajodi mahi gulphamilai.
Yes, wonderful. Really nice. Many of you are doing it. That's really good. Wonderful. Yes. Let's all get back to our mats. Next, we are going to be entering into the Matsyasana. Okay, so now let us get into the plank position. All of you get into the plank position now. Ellaru ipo plank position ku vaanga. With your hands shoulder width apart, with your toes tucked in like this behind you. Now, this is basically a push-up. Okay, we are going to be doing push-ups. So this is called the Matsyasana 2. Okay, so this is called the Matsyasana 2. So get into the position, and here we are going to be pressing your body down and up. We are going to be doing 10 push-ups. Okay, so just get familiar with it. Let us start. Come on, all of you do 1. Come on, 2. Come on, all of you, come on, do, everyone do 3. If you need to take support of your knees, you can place your knees on the ground. Come on, 3. Down. You should go down from your chest, not just the hips. Bend your hands, go down. 4. Come on, 5. Come on, 6. And then 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yes. Now visualize yourself as a fish in your inner space. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nirjum Shenam Kurparo Pashvabhagayam Urdhakritya Hastatalabhyam Bhumim Vashtabhyam Varam Danam Kuryatem Matsyasanam Bhavati.
The next asana, you are going to be lying down on your stomach. You are going to be lying down on your stomach. Place your hands on your hip. Next is a Sarpasana 2. Place your hands on the hip now. கையை வந்து உங்களோட இடுப்பு மேலே வைங்க. Now lift your chest slightly up and move left and right as a snake, visualizing yourself as a snake in your inner space. Move left and right. Tighten your perineum into the Moola Bandha, and let us continue this asana. Okay. Now, in this asana, let us chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
युक्तं शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वैष्णभ्य.
Yes. Next is the Niralambasana. So in the Niralambasana, lying down on your stomach, you are going to be placing your elbows on the ground and holding your face with your palms. Get your hands together and place your hands on your under your chin. Place your hands under your chin, resting your face on your hands, and feel your back relaxing. In this asana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Inhale and exhale deeply and slowly in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Tighten your perineum region into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयातु धीः मुखमुण्डमनुच्चाये निरालम्बनमासनम्.
The next asana is a Chatrasana. So from the same position, you are going to be bending your feet inwards and placing your hands on the ground, lifting your chest up all the way up till the stomach and the hips, and try to touch your feet with your head, the back of your head. Come on, let's all try. Get your feet as much as you can and touch your feet with your head from the back. All of you, come on, do this now. Let's all perform this. Nicely give yourself a nice stretch to your back. Give a nice stretch to your back. All of you come. Your hips are on the ground. Don't lift your hips so much on the ground. Your hips are on the ground. Try to get your hips to the ground. Yes. Try to get your hips to the ground and push yourself up. Come on, push yourself up. Try to bring your head towards your feet. Try to touch your head with your feet. Come on, try. Nicely stretch. Give yourself a nice stretch. Give yourself a nice stretch. In this asana, visualize yourself as an umbrella that you are protecting the Guru from the sun rays, that you are protecting Swamiji from the sun rays. This is the Chatrasana. Continue to do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale deeply and slowly. Tighten your perineum region into the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वैष्णभ्य उन्नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Yes. Now get up. Come on to your knees. You are going to be doing the Vajrasana. So this is the counter pose for what we have done so far. Get onto your knees into the Vajrasana and have a slight gap between your knees and bend all the way forward and down, placing your hands in front of you, stretching your back forward and down as much as you can. Nicely stretch your back. Feel the stretch in your back. Come on, all of you do the asana. You can use your phones later. Everyone get into the asana. எல்லாருமே இந்த ஆசனா பண்ணுங்க. நல்லா முட்டி மேலே உட்காந்து பெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு கீழே உட்காருங்க ஐயா, கீழே உட்காருங்க. சிட் ஆன் யுவர் ஃபீட். உங்கள் கால் மேலே உட்காருங்க. நல்லா உங்களோட பேக்கில் நல்லா ஸ்ட்ரெச்சை ஃபீல் பண்ணுங்க. உட்காருங்க, உட்காந்துக்கோங்க நல்லா. Sit down on your feet. Nicely feel the stretch in your back. In this asana, keep your gaze to the nose. Visualize that you are the Vajra weapon, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility. And chant japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Okay, next let us do the Meshasana. Get onto your feet now. Get onto your feet. Lift your hips up like in the Gajasana position. In the நீங்க வந்து கஜாசனா பண்ற மாதிரி அந்த பொசிஷன்ல வாங்க. உங்களோட கால் மேல நின்னுட்டு. Next what we are going to be doing is lifting one hand up and hitting the ground with it like a ram. Visualizing yourself as a ram ready to charge. இப்போ வந்து உங்களோட கையை வந்து நீங்க ஒவ்வொன்றா தூக்கி தரையில நீங்க வைக்க போறீங்க ஃபோர்ஸ்ஃபுல்லா. Ready to charge like a ram. In this asana, visualize yourself as a ram. Yes. Strike the ground. Yes. Let's continue. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, Moolabandha, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Yes. The next asana is the Ajasana. So Ajasana is basically where you are going to be in the handstand position, and from the handstand position you are going to be getting your elbows towards the ground and coming down and then again getting back up into the Ajasana. So we'll be showing you now. So just try to bend your hands, go down and again come up. Again try. Get your legs up, go down and come up. So let's all try this asana now. If you need, you can get into partners. If you need to, you can get into partners for this asana. You can take the help of another person to do this asana, but all of you just try, at least try to do it one time. Do it at least one time. Just try to do it one time. Take the help of your partner and do it one time. Come on, let's all get into the asana. This is the last asana for today. This is the last asana for today. So let us all get into the asana. Yes, very nice. So let us all get into the asana now. Lift your legs up, come all the way down and relax. Yes, come on, let's all try. Come on, try. Everyone try, keep trying. Many of you have not even given an attempt. Come on, all of you try the asana. At least try to do one. Yes, in this asana we are going to be keeping your gaze towards the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Do the Ujjayi Pranayama. Inhale from the mouth and exhale from your nose. While you're inhaling from the mouth, you should make the sound of an ocean. Tighten your perineum region into the Moolabandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
Yes, some of you are still trying. Take a few seconds. You can try. If you are still trying, you can do it. Come on. Yes, very nice. take a few seconds. If you're doing it, come on, you can take a few seconds to try. நீங்கள் வந்து இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் ஒரு few seconds எடுத்துக்கோங்க, ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. Yes. Good. We'll now be relaxing. All of you lie down in the Shavasana. Stretch your legs, stretch your hands to the side, lie down on the ground. Completely relax your body. Stretch your legs down, stretch your legs down. Keep your body straight. Do not keep it bent towards this side, that side. Just keep it straight. Don't put one leg on top of the other. Keep your legs straight on the ground. Do not move your legs around. Have a little gap between your feet. Your hands by the sides of your hips. Your palms facing up. உங்களோட கை வந்து உங்களோட இடுப்பு பக்கத்தில் இருக்குது. கை வந்து மேலே பார்த்த மாதிரி வைங்க. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Hold in this asana. Visualize that the Kundalini Shakti is raising from the Mooladhara, from the base of your spine, all the way up. Visualize that the Kundalini Shakti is moving from the Mooladhara chakra to the Swadhisthana. Visualize that there is a bright light, a snake in the base of your spine, moving from your Mooladhara to the Swadhisthana chakra, 2 inches below your navel center, and then to your Manipuraka chakra, to your navel center, your Anahata chakra, towards your heart center, and then towards your Vishuddhi chakra, your throat center, and then to the Agnya chakra, to the brow center in between where your third eye is, then all the way towards the Sahasrara, to the crown of your head. And that energy is now oozing out and coming on your body. You're energized with that. Keep your body completely relaxed. Start moving your feet. Move your toes. Move your ankles. Move your knees. Move your fingers, your elbows, your upper body, your shoulders, your neck, your face. Curl your body into a ball. Bring your knees towards your chest. All of you bring your knees towards your chest. Hug your knees towards the chest and just roll side to side. And now sit up. Just sit for a few minutes in the restful awareness and unclutch from all the thoughts that are coming. Sit in the restful awareness with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Sit straight. Now, get your hand into the Anjali Mudra. Let us offer our gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, for giving us this wonderful opportunity to practice the most authentic form of yoga, the Nithyananda Yoga. Let us now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world. With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world. With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world. With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world. With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, The doctrine of continuity implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respective Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam, as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formerly United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tvattvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimanamacharam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurutam Namami. Yes, Nithan, all of you, welcome today's day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. We just had the powerful yoga session today, the 2 hours of intense yoga session to align your body to the cosmos. Prepare your body to receive that super conscious energy as you'll be going throughout the day. As you have prepared your body, this is the right time to manifest the power. And as you go throughout the program today, you'll be receiving the powerful cognitions so that it gets clicked, become part of you, and you'll be able to manifest the powers and to establish yourself in the oneness. So let's take a moment and start sharing your experience of yoga, any breakthrough that you had with the asanas, even apart from the asanas, how blissful that you're feeling, what are the changes you are experiencing in your life itself. Meanwhile, also let's get ready for the power manifestation.
Yes, so the first power manifestation of every day is the power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. So we request everyone to also get ready for this power manifestation segment by gathering your eye bands, or if you don't have any eye bands to cover your eyes, you can use any piece of cloth that is opaque in nature, such that you cannot see through the material itself. And we can get ready with that. Have them ready. We are about to get into the power manifestation. First of all, we'll start with the Shastra Pramana, which is a scriptural reference to manifest these powers of the third eye.
And the Shastra goes as Kapala antarmano yasya tishtan milita lochanaha kramena manaso dharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Parameshwar says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. So we'll be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, you'll be seeing what is being revealed to you as we'll be projecting the image.
Yes, so first of all, requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras. So we have Nithyananda, your camera is switched on, but you're not in the camera frame now. So first of all, let us welcome everyone. So everyone that is with us, Nithyananda, Nithyananda, Marvin, Aya, Nithyananda, Janti, Ho, Nithyananda, CN. So participants like CN, Nithyananda, welcome.
Rename yourself, yeah.
Yes, please rename yourself. We also have Nishiganda, Nithyananda. We have Ma Chao Yu Huang, Nithyananda. And we also have Manyana Priyananda, Nithyananda. So welcome to all of you. And once again, requesting everyone who doesn't, if you haven't got your camera switched on yet, please switch on your cameras and make yourself available in the camera frame. So be available for this power manifestation segment. And for those of you that are following us on YouTube, you're welcome to join us. Nithyananda, welcome. You can also join us in the two-way. So if you want to join us in the Zoom room itself, you can do so for much more customized, a much better experience in the two-way for the program. So it is much more tailored to your needs, because you are there. We can see you there. We are interacting with you a lot easier than through one way on YouTube. So let us get ready once again. If you've just joined us, we are about to go into the power manifestation segment, or we have already started. Requesting everyone to please put on your eye bands, and let us get into this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded.
So you can cover your eyes now. Please go ahead and cover your eyes with the blindfold. And if you don't have a blindfold, you can use any piece of cloth to cover your eyes, as we are manifesting the power of third eye. So your two eyes will be closed. So let's go ahead and take a moment and cover your eyes. Make sure that light doesn't fall on your two eyes. It's completely closed. And sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line, and visualize Swamiji in your next space.
Yes, just sit, relax. Let us bring our awareness to our inner space, our Anandaganda, which is just below the heart center. So the heart center, the Anahata chakra, is in the middle of our chest. Move down from that, about a palm width down from the Anahata chakra, from the heart center. We move to the inner space, our Anandaganda. It is the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, to connect to the divine. So let us do just that. Let us remember Swamiji in our inner space. Just by mere remembrance, we invoke the Master in our inner space. And by remembrance, we mean not just to visualize, but to recall the full essence that is Swamiji. Everything Swamiji is and means to you. So remember all of that in your inner space. And as you do so, you feel a warm, fuzzy feeling in your inner space. You feel the feeling connection you have to the Master. Feel the space of oneness with Swamiji in your inner space. Now let's shift our gaze to the third eye, in between the eyebrows, and visualize Swamiji in our visualize Swamiji in our third eye. Now gently, just gently gaze through the third eye. Gaze through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye, into Swamiji's Anya chakra. As we do so, we feel an energetic connection from the Master's third eye to our third eye. We feel a light buzzing sensation, a light buildup of energy in our third eye. As Swamiji is awakening and energizing your third eye. Just take a moment and feel all of that in your third eye. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya, the cosmic code word Swamiji has given us to further connect to him. So let's do just that. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting this Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji, space of oneness with the divine, through the power of third eye vision, let us now start manifesting this power. Seeing the image blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham.
You can relax now. Slowly, very slowly. Remove your eye bands and let the light gently come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyes, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. What was the details of the image that we displayed for you for this power manifestation, the power of third eye vision, seeing image blindfolded. So please take a moment and share.
Understand whatever was revealed to you, it can be in the form of images, visuals, even just for the fraction of a second. Even if for the vague images that you got, or you had some feeling, you had some experience. Just go ahead and share. Do not discard anything. Many times it happens that after sharing, when we project the image, people say that, yes, I saw that. So that's why you do not discard anything while you share. Just keep on sharing. Understand it is Swamiji who is flowing through you. Only when you connect with Swamiji, you will start manifesting the powers of third eye. And also you don't have to take any stress that if I share this and what if it will be wrong. Understand it is whether you are manifesting or you are not manifesting, it is Swamiji who is doing through you. It is flowing, Swamiji who is flowing through you. So you do not have to burden yourself for this power manifestation. It is Swamiji who is flowing through you.
Yes, we welcome Nithya Hong, Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda.
Welcome. Good to have you with us now. So we are just in the round of power manifestation, just after the yoga. We have displayed an image for our participants and requesting everyone to now share what was revealed to them in their third eye. And understand there is no such thing as I didn't manifest. It is, we should understand that once we have this connection to the divine, we are manifesting, even though it's not, it might not be showing up just now, or it might not be showing up in the way we expect or in the way we can recognize right now. But we are manifesting the moment you connect to the divine, because we are divine beings. And it is through our connection to the divine that this power is manifest. So in terms of sharing, you have to trust in what is being revealed to you. It is only through trust that you build this connection to the divine, make it stronger and manifest better and better. So through practice, through trust and faith, you manifest better and better as you go forward. But understand there is no such thing as I didn't manifest. So we are yet to manifest in a way that we can recognize, but we are manifesting. So please understand, everyone is manifesting because of our connection to the divine.
So please go ahead and start sharing. And once you have shared, we'll be projecting you the image so that we can have the verification of the revelation.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's get ready for the revelation, the verification stage. And yes, see the image right now?
So a beautiful scenery is kind of a forest where you see lots of trees just in front. There's a shining glow. The sun is just shining and the rays are just reflecting. The colors are green, black, golden, maroon, white. So it's a quite sunny, a calm and a composed scene. So this is the revelation. This is the picture that we had projected. So If you have seen anything, any detail, congratulate yourself that you have actually successfully manifested this power.
Yes, a very nice and peaceful scene. All right. So with that, let us move on to the second round of power manifestation. We will be once again displaying an image for you. So requesting everyone, let us get ready by applying the eye bands once again. So put on the eye bands and let's get ready for the second round of power manifestation. And of course, we request people to please, if you can, put on an eye band or have some sort of an eye cover, because when you're just keeping your eyes closed or even having your hands over the eyes, if there's a noise nearby, you'll be very much tempted to open your eyes, very much tempted to take the hands off the eyes to see what the noise was, or if there's anything happening nearby. So with the eyes closed, you don't have as many visual distractions. So that way you can just relax into the third eye and you can better connect and better manifest the power of third eye. So it can be anything. Some people even use a pillow. Use a pillow and put it in front of their face or in front of the monitor so they don't see the image. Whatever it might be, let's just get ready. All right, once we have covered our eyes, let's sit comfortably once again with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us once again bring our awareness to our Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center. And let us remember Swamiji in our inner space. Remember the Master in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center. Let's recall everything that is Swamiji, everything that Swamiji means to us, everything that is the Master. Remember and recall in your inner space, your Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center. Feel this feeling connection you have to the Master in your inner space, which is your space to be alone with the divine, just you and Swamiji in your inner space. You and the Master, your alone time with the Master in your inner space, your Ananda Gandha. Just feel that space of oneness with Swamiji in your inner space. Now let us move our awareness to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in our third eye. And gently, just the way you would look at a flower, let us gaze through the third eye. So keeping the other two eyes, the physical eyes closed, let us gaze through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye, into the Master's third eye. As we do so, we feel an energetic connection from the Master's third eye to our third eye. Feel a light buzz, a light built up of energy in our third eye, our Ananda, our Anya chakra. Just take a moment and feel all of that in your Anya chakra, your third eye, in between the eyebrows. Now let us connect further to Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya, which is the cosmic code word Swamiji has given us to do just that. So let's begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji in your Ananda Ganda, let us now start manifesting this power of the third eye, seeing image blindfolded. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Slowly, very slowly. You can open your eyes, you can remove your eye bands. Let's take a moment and remove your eye bands. Open your eyes and be in that space of oneness with deep feeling connection with Bhagavan. And let's take a moment and share whatever was revealed to you through the power of third eye. So please go ahead. Understand if you are new and even if you saw something just fully dark, share that. Now it says, keep on sharing. Do not hold on to you whatever is being revealed to you. Now it says, the moment anything is revealed to you, the moment only when you start sharing, it grows in you. It becomes part of you. If you don't share, it will there in your system. After some time, it will leave your system. You'll forget it. So the moment you start sharing, it stays in. It becomes part of you because it. The moment you start sharing, it stays with you for a longer time. So sharing. That's why when you cause others reality, it in turn you cause your own reality. That's why Swamiji has been keep on telling, because there is no others. When you When you enrich others, you get enriched in turn. So let's take a moment and start sharing. And even all the participants on the YouTube, take a moment and start sharing. Understand, power manifestation is your time to be in oneness with Swamiji. It's your time to have that deep feeling connection with Swamiji. So do not miss this chance to be in oneness with Swamiji. Every time that you get a chance to manifest the power, understand, all the time when you are with eyes open, you're looking outward, and just the mind is wandering outside. When you sit with your eyes closed, connect with Swamiji. This is your time to turn the mind inward.
It's also inviting the participants that are following us on YouTube, please go ahead and share. If you have taken part in this power manifestation, please share. Share openly, without reservation. To understand also that we are not comparing anyone with anyone. Because as Swamiji says, we are unique. We had a look at that a few days ago. We are unique. So it makes no sense to compare anyone with anyone, because we all have our own unique expression, our own unique path. So everything happens to us, for us, at the right time for us. So even with the power manifestation, it is dependent on your expression, dependent on your experience, dependent on your experience of the divine. So if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us get ready for the verification stage.
Yes, so you can see a beautiful image. You can see colorful leaves. You can see the background is actually blurred. The purple, pink, yellow, maroon, gray, white, even green, black, so many colors. Even though it's a simple picture, but so many colors are there. So this is a picture that we had projected. So if you have seen even the colors or even one leaf, that's congratulate yourself that you have successfully. Understand, it's not just about seeing anything, the color or the details of the image. Of course, you are manifesting the power of remote vision, the power of third eye. If you can see in detail of the picture from far, you can see manifest this power in day-to-day life. But apart from that, the moment you start manifesting this power, you break one pattern within you. And the moment you break one pattern within you, so much of possibilities just opens up within you. Wherever you are stuck in, the moment you break your pattern, new possibilities arises in your life. So do not miss the power manifestation. Go on manifesting the power. All right. So with this, now we'll be entering into today's session itself. So let's get ready to manifest, to enter into today's, and today's Swamiji will be giving us darshan as Linga Murti. So let's prepare ourselves to, and today the whole session is going to be on the Nithya Dhyan. Preparation for the Nithya Dhyan will be preparing you for the Nithya Dhyan. What is Nithya Dhyan? And ultimately we'll be having that meditation itself for the Nithya Dhyan. And these techniques will take you to achieve the state of Nithyananda in you. So just relax, resonate, radiate as we go throughout this program, because this meditation for the eternal bliss. And understand, this happened, this meditation itself was revealed to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramasham.
Yes. So Swamiji tells us about his bliss experience. He says, post-enlightenment, I was in silence for an extended amount of time when I was doing research on meditation techniques to see how I could reproduce the same experience that happened in me, in others. The first outcome of my research was the Life Bliss program, or the Ananda Spurana program, where I worked on the 7 energy centers and devised a meditation technique to energize or cleanse each of the energy centers.
This was followed by the Nithyananda Spurana program, where I devised the meditation techniques for each of the 7 sheets of the energy body to help one have a peaceful and blissful death. Since then, I have been coming up with different programs like Nithya, Dhyan Spurana program, Atma Spurana program, trying to help individual to attain perfection and realize the true self in all possible ways and paths. And I came up with around 100 different meditation techniques through all my different programs, and each meditation technique was an attempt to raise the individual consciousness by working on some aspect of the being. People have always asked me whether I had a meditation technique that I would recommend for everybody in general, which they could practice daily. When this question was raised again and again, I decided it was the time for it.
Yes, Swamiji continues. I wanted to formulate a technique which would be a complete representation of my philosophy, teachings, and experience that would be holistic and complete by itself, instead of focusing on any particular aspect of the being. I wanted that it should work on the entire being to transform it and make it ready for the ultimate experience to dawn.
One day, this meditation technique, which I am about to teach you all, as Swamiji mentions, meditation for eternal bliss, was revealed to me in a flash in my inner space. In an instant, I saw clearly the different segment of this technique and how each component, each one complement the other to help raise the individual consciousness. I would say that there is only daily meditation. This is the only daily meditation you will need.
Swamiji continues. If you need to understand, you need to understand one important thing here. A rishi is also called a mantra drashta, which is a person who sees the mantra, the chant, which means that through his inner vision, he visualizes the mantra or the technique in the state of samadhi. It is not that he created the mantra or the technique, it's just that it gets revealed to him. So it gets revealed to him. The existence is complete by itself and nothing can be created.
So no technique or mantra in anybody's individual creation. Let me make this point very clearly. I do not take credit for this technique. It just manifested itself when the time was ripe. So we'll go a little bit of brief parts of what is Nithya Dhyan. It consists of the 5 steps. First is the chaotic breathing. You don't have to worry about that. We'll be going, as we go through the program, we'll be doing these steps. The first is chaotic breathing. Second is intense humming. Third is chakra awareness. Fourth is be unclutched. And 5th step will be having the gratitude meditation. So with this, let's enter into the introduction to the Nithya Dhyan itself, as guided by Swamiji himself, as Swamiji himself reveals on this. So please come to the space of listening. Let's begin.
Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself. You need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy. Or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, a low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering-related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea, and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing, everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. you will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, "Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me." I said, "Usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze." The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, "I'm going to divorce, please bless me." I said, "First let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out." He said, "That and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me." I said, "I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately." He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, "Don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand?" He said, "You don't know, Swami. Today she'll pour coffee, tomorrow she'll pour acid. You don't know." No, he said he actually told me. You don't know. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done. In those days, only during marriage, the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce. She should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft, neither we can break the pain shaft, nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, Now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression. Now you know for sure, next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within a particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. An important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by, you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. if you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. You trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months, you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or, I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with the person. You live with the concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, whether pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No. It is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear. You cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira.
Yes. So Swamiji has introduced all of us onto this thought per second and pain shaft and joy shaft that we create, understanding that it is we who create these thoughts. Every incident is totally independent of the other incident. But when we create the shaft, we connect those past incidents and create a long shaft and feel that life is a pain, and that's what how we uh, start going on and on creating the shaft. But in reality, the shaft does not exist. Even any simple thing, any pain that we have now, we start relating to the previous pain. Oh, I also had pain 10 years back, how bad it was. Again, it is going to come like that. Then again, I had one more pain, so it is going to bad again. So we bring back the old mental setup and we suffer again. But the thing is, every incident is totally independent, has no connection with the previous incident. So with this, now we'll be entering into after understanding this concept of the time shaft, how we are creating the joy shaft, how we are creating the pain shaft. Next stage, Swamiji will be leading us to what and why meditation is even required. So Swamiji will be guiding us the 4 states of consciousness and how the diseases happens, and how when the 4th state comes into the waking state, Turiya dream state, and even the deep sleep state, so much of healings he can happen. And what is the importance of meditation and how that 4th state can be brought into the waking state, dream state, even in the Sushupti, deep sleep state. And so much will be revealing. So please come to the space of listening and let's begin.
Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then we'll be able to understand. Let us analyze one night dream. For example, "14th night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life? From your college you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child,
and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now what I'm exactly trying to present or tell you. 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram, how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point. Very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was another guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, "Hey, get up." Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. if you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. The way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, wake up. That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define. It is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep, even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream, will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Means depression, confusion. We also face the depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. After achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. Usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing, a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. Because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made, that is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards the I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand, for example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call Satori, the first glimpse of Samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with the simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you. More and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the Turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution. Why meditate? A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram how our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with the I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. In the deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts and with I consciousness, that's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts, with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical. It is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts, it is called sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced, very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is, the reason for all our physical and mental illness, diseases is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night, deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. Continuously, in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometime you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. More and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness. The fourth state, turiya means fourth. You can't name this state. Or you can give any name. Samadhi, enlightenment, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, Nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the turiya, that is what we call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. When? The next question is, when? It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think, I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, I should have done in the young age. When? The when question, I am not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation. The decision to do meditation or the decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like a reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand one more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through. You need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution means understanding about self, world and God. As on now, the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest, through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Till then, any technique you try People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts. I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution, means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world, and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more a simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things. Otherwise, many times we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies were sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, "You don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation." The other one said, "You don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month." Third one said, "You don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me. Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help the psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When meditation, here and now, neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are three kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. That art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the two different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, that very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spent so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spend so much of time in thinking and doing research and development how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us, so many methods. We will see 3 techniques. Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation.
Back. So Swamiji beautifully told us, go through the revelations of what and why meditation. So Swamiji beautifully told us about the states of consciousness. So there are 4 states of consciousness: the waking state, dream state, deep sleep state, and the Turiya state. Also told us the purpose of meditation, which is to raise the frequency of our consciousness, to experience this 4th state, which is Turiya. And to bring more influence of the 4th state, the Turiya state, into the waking and the deep sleep states. And also, Swamiji has beautifully told us on the prerequisites of meditation. So what does it take for us to actually be able to start meditating? And Swamiji says we need a psychological revolution. So that is the basic requirement. A psychological revolution. We need a clear understanding about the self, about ourself, clear understanding about the world and about God, Ishvara. Without psychological revolution, meditation may just increase thoughts. So, beautiful revelations there by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let us move on forward to the internalization exercise for this very same topic.
All right. So with this, let's take a minute and reflect into our life and understand. Look, what is the real aim of life? See, most of us just go on earning money, but is this the ultimate real aim of life? Ask this question to yourself. Is the aim to stay for young forever, being healthy, beautiful is the goal of life? Or to have a long-lasting relationship, is that the goal of life? To improve your personality, which nowadays people are working towards improving the personality, much more giving importance to it. But is this the real goal of life? See, the list can go endless. So for every individual, there will be a specific goal or many goals. So with this, now we'll be entering into a technique, understanding that the real aim of life is not anything but to establish yourself in that uncluttered space in meditation. So sit in Vajrasana. Vajrasana is where you sit with the knees folded. So sit with your knees folded. We'll be entering into meditation. Yes, Mahaparapramit says, teacher, when I meditate, I always move around or fall asleep. What should I do? Okay, so because when you have to raise your awareness, when you raise your awareness, sleep will not be coming. So only when you raise your awareness, you penetrate from waking state, you move towards the Turiya state. Otherwise, it is the moment you close your eyes, you become a little unaware, unconscious, fall into the sleep, shupti, or even the dream state. So from waking state, most of the time, what we state that we experience is waking state, dream state, or sushupti. So in this only we revolve in these three states only we go through. Only when we raise our consciousness, we allow that turiya to come into our waking state or even a dream state. So somebody says that go on meditating. Only when you go on meditating, you increase your awareness. Only then the fourth state will open up.
It's also, so bring full awareness to your meditation. So when you are meditating, bring your full awareness. See, when the dream state penetrates the waking state, that is when the falling asleep comes in, sets in. So as Maharaj said, we need to raise our awareness, bring your full awareness to the meditation. So anytime something comes up, just unclutch from it and come back to the space of awareness. And through awareness and through practice in this meditation, then you will raise your awareness, you will raise your consciousness, and this will just normally drop.
It's
Okay, ma'am?
And also, sleep is one of the first obstacle that comes while meditating. So, apart from many obstacles that we face in the meditation, sleep is one of the first obstacle that we face. So, you have to overcome that obstacle and remove every time remove the other obstacles that comes in. Only then you go deeper into the meditation. So, sit in Vajrasana. So this is a technique from the Tibetan Buddhism. Swamiji himself has learned from them. So we'll be going through this. Sit in Vajrasana means with your knees folded, and if you can't sit in Vajrasana, you can sit on the chair. Make sure that your head, neck, spine is in the straight line. So now close your eyes. Close your eyes. Not just the eyelids. See, understand? After closing the eyes, even you'll see, even if the eyes are closed, you'll be seeing the movements, eye movements, or the visions in your mind. So it's like even your eyes are closed, your visions, the visuals have not stopped. It's the TV is going on and on. But if you look closely, if you close your eyes and visualize that your eyeballs have become stones, you'll stop the visions also. Only when the movement of the eyes are stopped, the visions will stop in you. So let's take a few seconds and visualize that through the mental pressure. Visualize that your eyeballs have become stones. The moment the eyeballs have become stones, the movement of the eyes stops, and you'll see even there's no visuals also coming up in front of your eyes. Let's take a moment. This is the first step. Then we'll be entering into the next step, which is the intense humming. So few seconds, just visualize with the mental pressure. Lock your eyeballs. Visualize that it becomes stones to stop the visuals. Now slowly relax. Now we enter into the intense humming step. This is the main meditation itself. So from your navel center, you'll be doing the intense humming. See, understand, only when you do the intense humming, you'll stop your thinking flow, the thought flow. So from the navel center, just enter into this technique. So inhale. So let's enter into this intense humming meditation from your nervous center. Let's begin. Slowly, just relax, stop the humming, be in complete silence. Keep your eyes closed and sit with that intense silence. Do not open your eyes, just be in that intense silence for next few minutes. Let the energy created get settled down in your system. Again, sit with your head, neck, spine, and straight line. Just be in that silence. Slowly, very slowly, just relax. You can open your eyes. Just come back from this meditative space. Just be relaxed. All right. So with this, let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. And today we'll be doing the power of thought current scanning. So let's get ready to manifest this power of thought current scanning. And as we enter into it, let's enter into the Sas Pramana first. So the verse goes as, which is Sas Pramana is basically the scriptural reference for manifesting this sign. And the Sas Pramana goes as, Jnanam cha pratimam tasya Tridokya vishayam bhavet Dura shruti duraste shihitaha Swechaya khagatam rajet. Bhagavan Parameshwar says, he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, and future time, has Dura Shruti, the power to listen to anything at far off, at great distance. Dura Drishti, power to have direct vision of anything at great distance, anywhere. Khagatam, power to walk, move in air by own will, like a khaga, an ability to speak on any unknown object, omniscience. So with this, let's get ready to manifest the power of thought current scanning. And in this round, the acharyas will be having image in front of us, and we'll be discussing, even thinking about the image. So you will be actually scanning the acharya's thought currents when the acharyas are actually thinking about the image, and you'll be manifesting the power of thought current scanning. So let's get ready to enter into this round of power manifestation. So sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. You can close your eyes and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now keep chanting the Mahavakya and with a strong declaration to manifest this power of scanning the thought currents of the acharyas as the acharyas are thinking of the image in front of them. So let's connect with Swamiji to manifest this power. So let's begin this manifestation.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. And now take a moment and recollect what was revealed to you in your third eye. And share with us the details of the image that we had displayed in front of us. So this is the power of thought current scanning, the thought current of the acharyas, that looking at an image that has an image in front of them.
This Nithya says Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, welcome. Good to have you with us.
And welcome Nithyananda to everyone who are following us, watching us on YouTube. Also, Sadish Shiddu says Jai Gurudev. Yes, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda. Yes, requesting everyone to please take a moment and share with us the revelations, what was revealed to you in your third eye as you were scanning our thought current. So once again, the acharyas ourselves were looking at an image, had an image displayed in front of us, and yourselves, the participants, were scanning our thought currents for the image. So to get the details of the image. So take a moment to share with us in the chat box. So whether you're following us on YouTube, and we welcome everyone on YouTube, or you are in the two-way on Zoom, you can let us know in the chat box, in the appropriate chat box. Also requesting everyone with the camera switched off to please switch on your cameras. So we have Ma Nithyananda, Marvin Aya, Ma Feng Aya, Ma Agora Swarupini, Ma Yang Hui Lan, Ma Chao Yu Huang, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Ma Zhangxi Ho, Ma Zhou Han, Wen Chi Xin Aya. So requesting everyone please switch on your cameras, and we have one more participant that I cannot read the label. So please switch on your cameras and make yourself available in the camera frame. And if you have taken part in this power manifestation, this wonderful power manifestation, then take a moment and share with us as well. So shortly we'll be revealing the image that ourselves, the acharyas, were having in front of us. So we're now displaying the image, and it's a beautiful sun-filled image. So we have the image of the sun in between two mountain peaks, perhaps. You can see the valley, there's a road, there's a lot of green, there's rocks.
Yes. You can see the road, and even the bridge. When we saw, we just at the last, there's water body as well. So a huge mountain with a huge sunshine and sun rays falling in this valley, and so much green is there.
It's so much green, and it's a glorious sunshine, a glorious sight of the sun just peering from behind the mountains.
So this is the image that we had displayed. So if you have manifested successfully, congratulate yourself as you have manifested this power, this round of thought current scanning. All right.
And once again, don't be afraid to share. So this is not a competition who does best. This is a measure of your connection to the divine. So that's all it is. It is all about you. So it's important to understand that it is all about you, about your connection to the divine. It is through this connection that the powers manifest.
All right. So with this, we'll be moving on with the next revelation by Swamiji. Actually, this is going to be a question and answer sessions on what are the best effective meditation practices, and through meditation you can change your inner software. So Sanj will be answering all these questions. So let's come to this space of listening and let's begin.
I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions. The usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation. Many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I am afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, I can say, this simple understanding of these 4 states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these 4 states constantly, you will see before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this 4 state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand The dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the fourth state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen, you don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas, you are afraid, you may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word atato brahma jignasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the Guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring, let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these four states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic reality. Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the fourth state, only then you will realize this, not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea, illusion gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything, our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality, he will renounce only one thing, is suffering. Here is one more question. How can we select our God and Goddess? We are confused because more deities in our tradition. I always tell people, towards some path, some God, some technique, suddenly you will feel a very deep connection. That is what I call falling in tune, feeling connected. If you feel connected to some path, choose that path or that God or that deity. If you don't feel connected to any one thing particularly, do not choose anything. Continue your seeking. Continue your seeking. Let the seeking become your God. Seeking can become your God. Let the seeking become your Ishta Devata. No need for particular Devata.
She's asking, I have longing for chanting Sahasranamas, but my concentration is scattered. How can I concentrate on all the slokas? This is another big problem. Sometime you will enjoy some stotras and chanting. Then you start deciding, oh, such a ecstasy and bliss and joy. I should have this always. Let me start chanting every day. No. You missed the whole thing. The moment you decide, let me chant every day, you created a routine. Understand? Bliss happens to you when you are in choicelessness. The moment you choose the bliss, you have chosen suffering. Because all choice, including choosing bliss, is choosing suffering. Because choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment you choose, now I am going to do every day this, you made that as a routine. I have seen people chanting Sahasranama. They will start with full speed, Vishwam Vishnur Vashatkaro Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. After 2 pages, no, speed will increase. After 3 pages, I have seen, they will be just seeing the number continuously. Oh, still 700 is there, still 300 is there, still 400 is there, still 100 is there. I always tell people, do not bother about completing this 1,000 names and all. Take up a book. God is not sitting there and counting like a bank balance. Have you done all 1,000 names? Forget about it. No. Just sit with a real beautiful mood, with a very loving way. If you can chant even 5-6 names, perfectly all right, okay. That's enough. The moment you feel bored, close the book and stop it and say namaskar and move. Do not do chanting or puja when you don't feel connected, when you don't feel the joy. If you are doing it without feeling the joy, you are abusing it. Chanting some mantra, chanting some sloka without feeling joyful, without being in ecstasy, is naturally abusing. Here you are saying your concentration is scattered. It means what? You are not enjoying. The moment you feel you don't enjoy, relax, stop. No need. No need. Do not do it for the sake of accounts. Could you please explain what exactly intensity, the meaning? Intensity of what? Intensity how? When people ask me about intensity, I tell them, feel intensely that you are not having intensity. That's all. Just feel, see, usually we feel that terrible restlessness towards the outer world. I have not done this, I have not done that. That same restlessness, if it is directed towards the inner world, it is called intensity. You do not know what is happening, you do not know what should be done, but a deep dissatisfaction about what is there in your inner space, that is what I call intensity. You may be thinking, I am supposed to teach satisfaction. Why am I teaching dissatisfaction? I tell you, first thing, your dissatisfaction functioning towards the outer world has to turn towards the inner world, then it will lead to satisfaction. First thing which needs to happen is not satisfaction, the direction turning, the psychological revolution. Restlessness should become intensity. If it is towards the outer world, your consciousness, if it is constantly moving towards outer world, it's called restlessness. If it is moving towards the inner world, it's called intensity. The meaning of the intensity is
feeling that something needs to be done immediately to break free from the clutches, or to break free in the inner world. Intensity of what? Do not bother about what. It should become quality. Anything you do, if you touch something or somebody or some object, let the intensity be there even in the touch. If you are talking, let the intensity be there. In everything, in your relationships, in your decisions, in your memory, in your thinking, in your desires, even in your fears, let you be intense without escaping from this moment. That is what I call intensity. You are saying how. If I give that method how, the whole intensity will be lost. Intensity will increase when you have the desire but not technique. That's the right way to develop intensity. The moment a technique is given, your mind will start working around the technique. Technique sometimes gives an escape, gives a method to escape for your mind. Your mind will start saying, oh, I have done the technique, that's all, that much only maximum can be done. Nothing else needs to be done. That's why in Ayurveda, when we give medicines, we say this medicine is not enough. Whole day you need to work with this medicine. Means whole day you need to be intense, telling your body and mind to heal itself. Technique is not like allopathy medicine. You will swallow and forget about everything. You will say this much only can be done, what else to do? That's all, I have done what I can do. No. Sometime the desire should be awakened. The desire or seeking should be awakened towards the inner world, and the person should not use any technique. Only then that seeking will start radiating in every action. The technique should not curtail or stop your seeking, reduce your seeking. It should deepen your seeking. I am already doing meditation taught by some other master. Can I do the one given by you here? You are welcome. You can do. I always tell people, try to collect the best flowers from all gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for you. You do not have to think, if I learn from one source, I should not learn from the other source. No. It's not like a shop. If you come to this shop, don't go to that shop. No. Go to all possible sources and learn all the best things. Pluck all the best flowers and make a beautiful garland for you. I always tell people, your ego is such, it cannot be broken by one master. Now you need so many blows from so many different directions and so many methods from so many different sources. So do not think, if I learn from one source, I shouldn't learn from other source. No, learn from all possible sources and raise yourself. Should we focus on ourselves while doing action or merge completely in action? Which one leads to meditation? First thing, you cannot completely merge yourself in action, in inaction. Because once the tamas, lethargic energy in you is exhausted, you see, your body is made out of rajas, tamas and sattva. 33% peace, silence, intelligent energy. 33% restless, very aggressive energy. 33% lethargic, very sleepy, low, kind of a resting energy. After the 33% of lethargy is exhausted, you will not be able to be in inaction. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, will I just leave my job and just rest? No, you cannot. You cannot. I tell them, if you have that fear, just take vacation, lie down for 10 days, you will understand. 11th day you will run for your job. You will run for your job. That is not going to be the end. That is not going to be the solution. No need to completely merge in inaction. I can tell you, neither you need to bother about action nor you need to bother about inaction. All you need to bother about psychological revolution. What goes on inside you whole day, that is what you need to attend. You need to put your awareness only on that. When you can drive your car in the dream state, that is what you do usually. Why can't you drive your car from the Turiya state? Even though you think you are doing your actions in the waking state, 80% of your actions are done by the dream state overtaking the waking state. Instead of that, let the 80% of your actions be done by the Turiya state overtaking the waking state. That's all you need. There is nothing else. These are the questions which happens before even you enter. These are questions like hypothetical questions. Somebody came and asked me, if everybody becomes Swami, how will the world run? I asked him, if everybody dies, how will the world run? He said, no, everybody won't die. He said the same thing. No, everybody won't become. That's all. Hypothetical questions cannot be answered. I told him, do not bother. God is not depending on you to run the world. He is not depending on you to create and maintain the world. Can we really experience the blissful state after learning? Then what for you think I am conducting the program? He is asking, can we really experience the blissful state after learning these meditation techniques? Then what do you think I am sitting and doing here? Understand? Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the outer world is a scientist. Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world is a mystic. He is the master. These methods, the techniques which you are going to learn these 3 days, are time-tested, foolproof, created after a great research and development by thousands of masters in thousands of years of research and development, and verified and experienced in my own personal life. So be rest assured, be intense. That's all I'm asking you. That's all you need to do. Nothing else. Just be intense. You will see, you will experience what has happened in my very inner space, in your inner space. Is the psychological revolution you refer to is Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya knowledge of self, Yoga renunciation of the fruits of actions. See, the word Sankhya, the word Yoga, both are like two different expressions. Maybe I can say the psychological revolution word. I mean Sankhya, Yoga and something more. And something more. When you understand these few ideas about the dream and waking state and the superconscious state, every time when low mood or depression or disturbance comes to your inner space because of the waking state, bring this understanding into you. Use this like a key and allow that psychological revolution to happen. You will see not only you will come out of the problem, even 2-3 times if you come out of your sufferings, you will have so much of courage and energy to apply these techniques again and again, to evolve yourself again and again. Beautifully Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you raise yourself by yourself. If you raise yourself by yourself, you are the best friend for you. If you don't raise yourself by yourself, you are the worst enemy for you. So, I can say the word psychological revolution which I am uttering is Sankhya, Yoga and something more. I have learnt Vipassana, but I am unable to practice it effectively. Not sure why. Is it that I am doing it wrong? Is it a wrong technique for me? Neither you are doing it wrong, nor it is wrong technique for you. The when means the time you learnt is wrong. First, you should have learnt the psychological revolution, clarity about you, world and God. Then technique should have been added to you. Without the clarity, if the technique is directly added, it leads to boredom, dullness, and naturally you drop the technique. I always tell people, any study, any journey you undertake, any book you start reading, even if you don't understand single word, do not skip. If you don't understand single word and skip, slowly you will see that words which you did not understand will become more and more like a load, and your very interest in further reading will disappear. Same way, in the inner journey, without going through the psychological revolution means without going through the understanding, if you just jump, skip the understandings and enter into the meditation technique, this is the problem. Even when I speak and explain the concepts, I have seen many people thinking and sitting, it's okay, what all you are telling, it's okay, Swamiji, let's go to the technique, Swamiji. I have seen people telling me, I understand, Swamiji, let's go to the technique. They think they are very intelligent. They think straight away technique can help. Technique is not allopathy pill. You need an understanding before, because the understanding starts the churning. Understanding starts the churning. Then technique is like addition for the alchemy process. When meditating, lots of negative thought arose. Whether it will come to reality, don't bother about it's coming to the reality. You are not that powerful, fortunately. Fortunately, we are not that powerful to project our thoughts into reality. Then we would have created long before worst hell than what we are having now. Fortunately, God did not give so much of energy to us to project our thoughts into reality. If sometime your thoughts have become reality, if you are seeing your dream or thoughts becoming reality, do not use that power. Try to divert that energy into your consciousness, means thoughtless state. Can we practice different types of yogas? According to me, surely authentic yoga methods do not contradict each other. They only complement each other. So you can practice different yoga methods. Only thing, do not mix and make masala and create your own technique. Practice it independently. 20 minutes means finish that. Then go to the next. Then go to the next. If you mix everything and you start thinking, I know all these things, now I know the core thread. I think I can make my own. That is where you will miss. Somebody is asking a personal question about their sickness after the meditation. You can come here for the darshan. That time you can ask me. Maybe I'll be able to heal or help or answer. Whatever I can, I'll surely try to do. You said karma means unfulfillment of desires and experiences. But if we suffer from poverty, illness, our saint elders says, it is because of karma. Swamiji, please answer, will any soul or being willing to experience poverty or illness, is this become an unfulfilled desire? Please clarify. First thing, I wanted you to be very clear. If somebody is in poverty, they consciously chose it. Please understand, even if it hurts you, I have to tell the truth. That is why I am telling. Let me give you one small incident. It really happened in my life. It's a little mystical, but exactly as it happened, I am narrating. I can say, I can take a oath, I am stating the simple, straight facts. You can make out what you want to make out of this incident. In USA, one child, autistic child was brought to me for healing. They are from North India, settled in USA, maybe some 7-8-year-old child. They brought the child and asked me, Swamiji, this child is autistic, please heal him. And not a single person in their family or in their surroundings knows Tamil. I put my hand on the head of the child and started healing. In a pure village Tamil, in singular, not even in plural, in singular, that boy said, remove your hand. He just said in Tamil, remove your hand. I was shocked. Because the whole family, they are North Indian family, not a single person knows Tamil. And they said, no way this child can even hear a Tamil word. Because none of us speak and none of us know Tamil. He is growing with us. I thought maybe some spirit or ghost has possessed him. I asked him, who is speaking? He said, I am the owner of this body speaking. Don't you understand? In Tamil he started speaking. I asked him, why are you asking me to remove my hand? I am healing you. He said, I don't want to be healed. It's not your business. Just get out. I was shocked. He said, I do not want to take the responsibility of my life, going through the regular routine. I just wanted a life, comfortable life, somebody taking care of me. That's why I took this kind of a body and mind. I was shocked. I told, that is okay, your freedom, but your parents are such nice people. Why are you torturing them? Why did you took birth? They are such nice people. He said, I took birth because they are nice people. They will take care of me. They will not put me in the hospitals or asylums or somewhere else. They will take care of me. That's why I took birth in their family. This incident gave me a very big opening or clarity. Every soul, consciously or unconsciously, knowingly or unknowingly, chooses its place, birth and the lifestyle. That is what we call prarabdha. When you come down, create the body, you design. For some people it hurts. Understand? It hurts because you are not able to tolerate that you chose what you are having now. I tell you, we choose poverty sometimes because it's a big freedom. With wealth, too much of responsibility is there. It's a big bondage. So understand, start looking into yourself why you chose what you chose. Maybe that can help you to enjoy and celebrate what you chose. Instead of constantly turning your attention and awareness towards cursing and abusing what you chose, if you start looking why you would have chosen what you would have chosen, you will see suddenly new things revealing, and you are exactly where you wanted to be. You are exactly where you wanted to be. That is ultimate truth. Whether it hurts or heals, truth is truth. Usually with little passions it heals, it never hurts. That is why I say karma is unfulfilled desires and experiences. Your lifestyle and everything is straight away consciously chosen by you, and your present is the totality of the decisions you made in the past. Your future is going to be the totality of the decisions you are making in the present. So if you want, consciously you can alter, rearrange, edit, reduce, delete or recreate. You have freedom. How to start meditation? At what age one should start meditation? You are in right place. You will have the answer in few minutes. We will enter into the technique. Come for tomorrow and day after tomorrow sessions too. We will be entering into the deeper and deeper levels of methods and techniques. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? This is one of the worst lie taught to you. Because your universities and schools and societies are not able to teach you superconscious state. They taught you daydreaming state. Understand? Just because they are not able to teach, just because they compromised, let you not waste your life. Let you not miss the truth. Let you not miss the reality. Life can be lived without daydreaming, with superconscious vision. I always tell people, with daydreaming, these desires, before fulfillment, they will give you a deep restlessness After fulfilling, suddenly you will see they are showing you emptiness. With vision, means superconscious lifestyle, thoughtless awareness lifestyle, before fulfilling, those visions will empower you, will show you the direction. After fulfilling, they will give you a deep satisfaction. There is a big difference between daydream life and superconscious life. There is only two choices. Either you will live a superconscious life or daydreaming life. If you are not living a superconscious life, be sure you are living a daydreaming life. But there is a great fear. If I stop daydreaming, how will I do next planning? How will I decide how to invest? How will I decide what my plans should be next? How will I invest? How will I decide what my life should be? If it is not there, what will you do? Sometimes, if your workers or subordinates convince you, without them your business cannot run. If you are convinced, they will start exploiting you. Same way, your mind has convinced you, without it, you cannot run your life. That conviction is what I call suffering. That is what I call the root of suffering. I tell you, when I say, I really mean, you can live without your daydreaming. You may ask, then how will I plan for my tomorrow? Usually, you are not planning, you are worrying. You are not planning, you are worrying. And even by your planning, you are only reproducing your past into the future. You are limiting your growth by planning. Because you do not have courage to live with the spontaneity, to live with your spontaneous visions happening, to live with the spontaneous revelations happening. Constantly, you are struggling with your day-to-day planning and your life. People who had courage to trust their vision, their spontaneity, only they become genius. Only they become genius. Please understand, a little courage to enter into the life without daydreaming can just revolutionize. I can say this is what I call psychological revolution. Just try for 10 days. In 10 days, I don't think your whole life will be taken away from you. In 10 days, if it can be taken away, then it is not worth having. Let it be taken away. So just try for 10 days, life without daydreaming. Suddenly you will see the quality of spontaneity, and every one of you are visionaries. Because of your planning and daydreaming, the quality of having visions is suppressed. If you just remove the daydreaming, if you just remove the daydreaming and have little courage towards that quality of creating visions in you, quality of living with the spontaneity, you will see suddenly the visionary in you is awakened. People who live with superconsciousness never fail and miss in their decisions, because the depth of dilemma or the oscillation, mood swings will be very less. It will be very limited. When the mood swing and the depth of dilemma is limited, suddenly you will see so much of energy is saved and decision making becomes so sharp and straight. I always tell people, having freedom without intelligence is the worst suffering. Whenever this thousands of people are living in our ashrams around the world, when they don't listen to what I say, I tell them, all right, give him freedom. That is the worst suffering. That is the worst punishment. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Nothing else needs to be done. Without intelligence, when the freedom is given, it will lead only to suffering. Our daydreaming is also nothing but dilemma. The intelligence is not there, but the freedom is there. That is what I call daydreaming. Somebody is asking, is a blissful state in one in which breathing pattern changes, it's deep and slow, and I can feel a wave of energy on the face. Is this a blissful state? I can say this is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. In the blissful state, actually the breathing pattern changes and the whole body feels the wave. This is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. This question I answered. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? So, only kids need to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after growing, if you have to dream to cope up with the reality, we are mentally retarded. We have not grown. After the childhood or beyond the childhood. Can the experience of enlightenment be transferred through touch? Can I enter the Turiya state under the influence of the Master? It is possible. From time immemorial, the first gift was always given by the push from the Master. But to stay in that same state, you yourself should have gone through the psychological revolution. Ramakrishna was able to give only one glimpse to Vivekananda. But Vivekananda has to go through the psychological revolution to retain it. So, the experience can be given, a glimpse can be given by the touch of the Master. But if you need to retain it, surely you yourself need to go through that psychological revolution. Means living these great truths in reality. If a person focuses on his work with intensity, does that person need meditation? This is again a hypothetical question. If a person focuses his work, nobody can focus without meditation. So if you think, if a person focuses, actually the question with if cannot be answered. The question with if cannot be answered. It is like a hiding. It is like if it is. If it is. The if it is cannot be added. If it is cannot be answered. Will meditation in the beginning produce any bad side effects? No. No side effect except bliss and health. Is there any meaning in the dream I am seeing? There is no meaning even in the world which you are seeing. What about the dream? Even the world which you are seeing has no meaning. So forget about the meaning of the dreams which you are seeing. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I saw this dream, I saw such and such a dream, please give me the meaning about it, explain. I tell them, the world which you are seeing is itself is useless. So, why waste time in interpreting the dreams? There is something called placebo effect. Understand? If patient and doctor, both of them does not know, the medicine is given, if some color water is given instead of medicine, and not only the patient should not know it is just water, even doctor should not know it is just water. Both of them should be thinking it is a medicine, but the person gets healed. He gets the same effect of medication. This is called placebo effect. The same placebo effect, the reverse placebo effect. There is a theory, reverse placebo effect. But in the West, this calamity happens. In the East also it has started. Continuously advertising about some symptoms of disease. If you have a slight knee pain, it may be arthritis. Some 5-6 symptoms, a very broad symptoms if you give, and ask if you have any one of these symptoms, you have this mental disorder. You will see 95% of the people will start feeling that they have that mental disorder. No, it's true. Morning, slow lethargy, or irritation in your relationships, feeling like disconnected, or loneliness. If you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this mental disorder. Who will say I don't have? And these idiots go on preaching this nonsense. When these ideas are constantly told to the public, told to the people, they start believing that they do have the disease. Understand one problem. If there are 10 symptoms, and if you start connecting with the disease by saying you have one symptom, you will create all other 9 symptoms within few days. Because you are clearly, strongly believing you have that disease now. You have to express other symptoms, otherwise something is wrong. You will start thinking, oh God, other symptoms are not there, then something is wrong with me. So giving these broad symptoms and asking you to choose, if you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this disease, is the worst calamity. Actually, this is what I call reverse placebo effect. In the first placebo effect which I explained, the healing happens. In this placebo effect, disease happens. In the West, oh God, of course, the East also, of course, the Indian cities are no more Bharat. Unfortunately, we have to tell the truth. Geographically, maybe Bharat, but the great value, the great lifestyle is slowly anyhow. But at least if you have intelligence, stop allowing these thoughts getting into your system. Stop allowing, especially the symptoms related to mental disorder. See, every season, every once in 3 months, in the West you will see one new diagnosis. And you will see 30% of the country is suffering with the disease. And 27% of the country is suffering with the disease. I am surprised. The moment you come out with some symptom, naturally what people will think? I think I have a little irritation. 2-3 times I shouted. I do have that symptom. You just connect with your activity and attitude and see. If some one symptom clicks, then what happens? You start visualizing from next day all other symptoms are there in your life. And you connect every incident in your life and see. And you have now, you are very clear, now you have the disease. So I feel the very idea from which we look has to be shifted, has to be changed. All they missed is the health, that's all. They missed an important idea, important truth. The healthy part of the human being they missed. Consciousness is the healthiest part of the human being. They are not interested in accepting that. Because if the moment they accept that, they give the hope to the human being, they can heal themselves. They don't need the help of somebody else. Then problem starts. People come and ask me many times, why should we go to the gurus? We have become dependent on masters. At least master will liberate you at some point. Master basically trusts there is a part in you which cannot be occupied or possessed by disease. What is the fastest way to spiritual progress? Shortcut. If you want an honest answer, I should say, I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer. Because, according to me, the spiritual life itself is the simple, straight path. See, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So there is no more, there cannot be any other shortcut. Shortest distance between 2 points is straight line. So I can say, spiritual life is straight line. That is the straightest line, that is only shortest route. Please put some light on what is it that tells me that I had a good sleep in the night. Maybe the time you spent in the deep sleep was more than time you spent in dream state. That is what you feel morning, that you had good sleep or rest. Swamiji clarified that there are so many methods of meditation, which is the excellent method. I can say I have chosen 3 methods, 3 techniques. These 3 days you will be learning. Today it will be like a preparation, introduction, entering into meditation. Tomorrow it will be deeper, cleansing. And day after tomorrow, deepest level, unclutching, means experiencing the true self. So, we'll enter into the meditation. Just these few questions I'll attend, then we'll enter into the meditation. These are the questions. How long we can meditate at a stretch? How to come out from the thought flow? All these questions will be answered now in the meditation when I explain the technique. Many times dreams are considered to be the symbolizers of future happenings than what the dream is. I don't think your dream should be symbolizing your future. Your future is not that bad or that low that it can be predicted and planned in your dream. It should be predicted and planned in your waking state. Understand? If your future is planned and predicted in the waking state, you know where you are going. If it is predicted and planned in the dream state, understand, where are you going? Where are you heading? You don't even know where you are heading. I think it is very dangerous. Better not to be planning and predicting your future in the dream state.
Yes, beautiful revelations there. Questions and answered. Questions are answered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You have had some of your questions answered as well. If you have any further questions, please feel free to drop us a question in the chat box. Meanwhile, we will be moving on to the meditation technique that Swamiji has been mentioned just now.
All right. So there were many questions that participants had. So if you had that questions, you surely would your questions had been answered. Where Swamiji talks so much about the meditation, why meditation is important. So now we'll be entering into the first step as we go towards the program throughout the day, where this is a meditation for the chaotic breathing to awaken the prana to its peak possibility, to awaken and rise the prana to its peak possibility. First step is you will be sitting in Vajrasana. Vajrasana manifest you will be knowing, and if you don't know, it's basically sit with your knees bent and sit with your heels, perineum to the heels, toes tucked, toes flat on the ground. So that is Vajrasana. Now close your eyes and sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line, and place your hands on the hips. The hands will be placed on the hips after you sit in Vajrasana, and make sure that your eyes are closed. And then inhale and exhale. There should be no rhythm to your inhalation and exhalation. It can be chaotic because the breathing itself is chaotic breathing. So you can inhale and exhale chaotically. You don't need to follow a rhythm for inhalation and exhalation. It will be totally chaotic. You just have to focus on the breathing. And when you focus on your breathing, your entire being should become the breathing. And one more important thing we need to understand. Normally in our body, the energy flows from Sahasrara, which is our crown center, to the Muladhara, which is the root center. When you sit in Vajrasana, it helps the upward movement of the energy. So let's get ready to enter into this chaotic breathing meditation. So sit in Vajrasana with your knees bent, close your eyes, hands on the hips, and start to breathe chaotically. Inhale and exhale chaotically. So your focus should be on the breathing. Your being should become the breathing. So let's enter into this meditation. slowly, very slowly. Just relax from this meditation. So just relax and be in the space of meditation. Understand, this is one of the first component of today's meditation whole program itself. We'll be having further meditations and then we'll be culminating all the meditation process. So after this first meditation, we'll be now moving on to the power manifestation. And in this round also you'll be scanning the thought current of the acharyas. With the acharyas, we'll be looking at the picture on our screen. And through the power of third eye, you'll be scanning the acharyas. As the acharyas are actually thinking of words in this round. So in this round, we have we will be having some word in front of us. We'll be thinking about that words. So you, through the power of third eye, you'll be scanning the acharyas. The power of thought can scan.
Yes, so let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. And slowly bring your awareness to your inner space. And remember Swamiji in your inner space. As we do so, feel the warm, fuzzy energy in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center. It is our space to be alone with the divine, alone with Swamiji. So let us bring our awareness to this feeling connection that we have to the Master, and this space of oneness that we have in our inner space. Now let's move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, and visualize Swamiji in our third eye. And gently let us connect to the Master's third eye. Let us gaze into the Master's third eye. And as we do, we feel this energetic connection from the Master's third eye to our third eye. We feel a light build-up of energy in our third eye, as Swamiji is awakening and energizing our third eye. So let us go ahead and feel all of that in our third eye. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya to further connect to Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation, and from the space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of thought current scanning. Scanning the acharyas, the word the acharyas are thinking about. Let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. And take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So when you scanned for our thought currents, Acharya's thought currents, the word that we were looking for, the word that we were thinking about. So take a moment and share with us the word or the details about the word that we were thinking about. So requesting everyone, whether you're following us on YouTube or in the Zoom room, please share. And also requesting everyone to please switch on your camera. We have Marvin, we have Ma Swarupini, we have Ma Yang Hui Lan, Ma Chao Yu Huang, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Wen Ji Xin Aya, Ma Nyana Priyananda. So requesting everyone please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. And also requesting everyone to please share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what was the word that we were thinking of? And for those of you on YouTube, you can let us know in the YouTube chat as well. Please go ahead.
So we, the acharyas, were having thinking about the word. We will be projecting you the word also. Meanwhile, you can start sharing whatever was revealed to you. It doesn't have to be the exact word that we were thinking. It can be anything related to the word itself. All right. So if you're still sharing, please go ahead and share. Meanwhile, let's project the word.
Yes, so the word is Swamiji. It's a word that that takes up most of our thinking most of the time. So Swamiji, it's in our mind, in our hearts. So yes, the word was Swamiji. All right. So if you saw anything related to Swamiji, perhaps you saw some of the letters, perhaps something starting with S, perhaps some other letters in the word, or if you saw images relating to Swamiji, then you have manifested the power correctly. So thank you very much for taking part in this. And please don't hesitate to share. Please make sure that you share. Trust what you are being revealed. Trust that trust in the connection that you have to the divine. It is only through this trust that the connection gets stronger. And through a stronger connection, a more powerful power manifestation, a more correct power manifestation as well. So yes.
Yes, so with this, now we'll be entering into next revelation by Swamiji on the inner chatter. So Swamiji will be revealing how the inner chatter actually occupies most of our inner space, and how to even go beyond the inner chatter. So let's come to the space of listening. And
inner chatter means whether you are driving or washing or cleaning or eating or cooking or sitting or watching TV, whatever you may be doing, there's a 24-hour FM going on inside. 24-hour FM going on inside. Talking. You don't know what is going on. Understand? Understand an important danger. You are nothing but the totality of your thoughts. Am I right? Unfortunately, you don't even know what you are thinking continuously 24 hours. Then how will you know about your life? People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I only change futures, not predict. If I have to predict your future, what kind of a life you are living? What ugly kind of life you are living? People come with a small paper to do this matchmaking. This marriage ceremony, matchmaking, they come and they give the paper. Swamiji, just see this, whether the male and female, these guys can marry. I tell them, oh God,
If such a big decision can be taken with these two small pepper, your whole future is nothing more than these two small pepper. We live in such an unconscious state. That is why you are afraid of future. That is why you are afraid of future. 24 hours you don't know what is going on inside you. That is why whenever things happen in your life which you really wanted always, you think it is an accident. Because you were not even aware what you wanted. You work for, you invite somebody through phone, email, fax, telegram, and then send somebody and bring that guy. The moment he enters your house, you say, no, not this guy, I wanted another person. Because you don't know who you invited. Diseases are very good people. They don't go unless you force them to come to you. Because they have too much of limitation. They are too busy guys. Busy people and good people. They don't go. You invite, send email, text message, SMS, cell phone, and finally you send somebody and bring him. And you say, no, I did not invite him. I did not think he will be coming. I thought somebody else will be coming. No. All your accidents are expected, invited. Understand? In the whole life, there is no such thing as accident or miracle. Your inner chattering, you are not aware of your inner chattering, you are not aware of what you are inviting. If you enjoy what you invited unconsciously, you call that as miracle. If you resist what you invited unconsciously, you call that as accident. That's all. There is no miracle, there is no accident in the life. Everything is clearly invited by you. The third layer, mental layer, inner chattering, is only inviting continuously. You store engrams, there are also samskaras there too. And fourth layer is emotional layer. We call it Sukshma Sarira, intense emotions. That's the fourth layer. Fifth layer is the layer you experience during deep sleep. The peace you experience during deep sleep. Sixth layer is excitement and joy you experience for no reason. Sometimes, rarely you will experience. This is what we call Anna Sharira, cosmic body. Rarely, when you are in love, when you are really sharing for no reason, not for the reason, not for the sake of some pleasure which you will gain from the other person, no. Just for no reason, that time you experience that. Sixth layer, very rare. Seventh layer is enlightenment, which at least none of you experience.
But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, Whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. Only the energy movements. Means there is no thought. There is no verbalization. There will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action, means at least 200 verbalization, verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But a person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is even a few moments. If you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was gift to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I will sit and few minutes I will decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I am saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as and now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just few moments per day, if you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month decide it as a routine. After that you don't need to do it as a routine. After that you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraga chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving. Even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had 1 or 2 strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions, will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment. Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique.
So yes, Mahadeva gives a direct technique for the inner chatter. And Swami says as beautifully that you run your life in spite of the inner chatter. There's no need of the inner chatter to happen in your inner space. So that is the beauty of the inner chatter. We think because we can think, we have some words, we are able to move ahead in our life. The more words we gather, more successful we are. But Swami says very beautifully, in spite of your inner chatter, you run your life. So you may not be talking to anybody outside, but internally there is always some activity that is going on. That is why humming is an excellent technique to reduce this inner chatter. So even if you're not talking to anybody, the chatter, that inner chatter that goes on again and again, how to quieten that? That's why we'll be entering into the meditation of intense humming meditation to reduce this inner chatter.
Yes, by humming, we stop the constant movement between the navel and the throat chakra. And because of that, the inner chatter has no space to actually take hold. That is why the humming is such a great technique for this. So at the initial stage, please understand, at the initial stage when the inner chatter is continuously bothering you, humming can be an extremely useful tool. It helps you to silence the mind.
So understand that the inner chatter is created between the Manipurika chakra and Swadhisthana chakra, which is the navel center is the Manipurika chakra and below that is Swadhisthana chakra. So inner chatter is created between these two chakras. So this area is also called as hara. So if you can just understand this concept. So Swamiji says that this hara is where the inner chatter is created, which is between the Manipurika chakra and the Swadhisthana chakra. So when you hum intensely, such that we feel the vibration of humming below our navel center, then we stop this process of continuous inner chatter. Understand this again. Where this inner chatter again and again happens, the inner chatter happens between the Swadhisthana chakra and the Manipurika chakra, which is between the navel center and the Swadhisthana chakra. That this area is also called as hara, where the continuous vibration of this inner chatter goes on. So when you do the humming intensely, you feel the vibration in this hara region. And it's like shaking the hara. When you do the intense humming, you're shaking your hara region, which is this region which we just talked about. So when you do the humming, this should happen from below the navel. The inner chatter is the sole reason for the mind to survive. The mind which goes on and on, as Patanjali says, mind is an action, just stop it. But we don't experience that. We're not able to stop it because of this inner chatter. Inner chatter is the sole reason for mind to survive. So mind is nothing but this very inner chatter in this hara region.
Through humming, when the inner chatter reduces, automatically we start progressing towards the no mind. So no mind is when there are no thoughts, basically. No mind means no thoughts. So mind exists when thoughts exist. And by doing the humming meditation, we reduce these inner chatter, these thoughts And we start progressing towards the no mind, towards a space of restful awareness between two thoughts. So the space of restful awareness is between these two thoughts. And at that point, we start experiencing a different dimension of our being. This is a dimension of our being that is our true nature, our true dimension, our true being is our divine being.
So humming gives you an insight into the subtle vibrations of the body and helps you to take corrective actions if necessary. It happens automatically and need not be enforced. So the vibration, when you're doing the vibration, the subtle vibrations of the body, which helps you to take the corrective action. So understand it happens automatically. You are not enforcing it. Our body and mind are always out of sync, and your mind is always hovering elsewhere. So understand? Again, when our body and mind are always out of sync, they are not never in sync. So our mind is always hovering over elsewhere.
The humming meditation itself lets you feel the body as energy. The moment that you start humming, you start feeling light, as if you are floating. So with humming, we start feeling the body getting lighter, and we start feeling just like we are floating. You don't feel the heaviness in the body, because the humming matches the vibrations of the mind with the vibrations of the body. So your mind and body are in tune. So there's no heaviness that is being felt in the body. It is just feeling almost like you are floating.
So when mind and body becomes harmonious, you start experiencing yourself as energy. So in this step, you'll be keeping your lips together and producing the sound from inside. It's not hum, it's just the letter, the word M just goes on as you pronounce the word M. From below the navel center, the vibration you should feel below the navel center. That is the place of the hara. So it is not hum or it is not om. It is just the word M with pronounced as long as possible. So if you put your face inside an empty aluminum vessel and make a humming sound, the sound generated will be similar to this, the sound of humming. So you keep this with produce this sound with lips closed, and again, it's not humming or it's not om. It's not hum, it's not om, it's
Yes, and also understand that humming should be as lengthy as possible between breaths. It should be as deep as possible. So deep from the navel center and as loud as possible. So as deep as possible, as long as possible, as loud as possible. So there is no need to make an effort to take in deep breaths, because the body itself will take the breaths when needed. So it needs to be long, deep, and loud.
So again, don't become tense. Just do it in a relaxed manner and immerse your whole being and energy into creating this vibration. Try to minimize the gap between the humming sound. After some time, you'll feel that the humming continues without your effort, and that has become you have become simply just a listener of this humming sound.
So with the humming meditation, the body and the mind will start resonating with the humming vibrations. So once again, the humming will bring our mind and our body in tune. So the body and the mind will be resonating with these humming vibrations. Continue to sit in Vajrasana with the chin mudra. So that's having this mudra and sitting, just lying it on your knees. So the chin mudra and is the hand gesture where the index finger is kept at the tip of the thumb, and the other three fingers are folded. So you can have them folded like this. So like this on your knees. Yes, you can see. Yeah.
So once you have placed the Chin Mudra, actually Chin Mudra helps to maintain a balance in the energy flow in the body and keeps the energy within the body by creating a circuit. So when you put your fingers in the Chin Mudra, it creates a circuit which helps to keep the energy within the body, and it prevents the energy from dissipating out of our energy. That's the beauty of this mudra. So after going through the first two steps of chaotic breathing, which we have done, we now move on to the next step where we start entering into the subtler zones of our being. So sit in Vajrasana. As Vajrasana we have already told, where you sit with your knees bent. Sit on your knees with your heels to the perineum, and keep your hands in the Chin Mudra. Place your hands on the knees. In this posture, your mouth will be closed. Your lips are together, your mouth will be closed, and produce the intense humming sound as loudly as possible and as lengthy as possible. So while humming, you'll be putting your awareness into the humming, and you just simply become the humming. Continuously, there'll be talking going on within your mind. This humming reduces your inner chatter. So let's enter into this meditation of intense humming. Now sit within Vajrasana and with your eyes, with your lips closed, and produce the sound of humming. Let's begin.
You can relax now. Good. When you stop humming, and just sit comfortably and relax. After this humming meditation, you can take a moment to share with us your experience. How did you feel in terms of the humming meditation, the meditation itself? What did you experience? And also, let us know in terms of the chatter, the inner chatter. How do you find your inner chatter? Do you feel calmer? Do you see yourself calmer, more towards the 0 thoughts per second, more towards the restful awareness? So just take a moment and share with us. So if you're following us on YouTube, you can let us know on YouTube. If you're following us, if you are with us in the two-way in Zoom room, let us know in the Zoom room chat. Requesting everyone, we have Marvin Aya, we have Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, we have Yang Hui Lan Ma, we have Ma Gora Swarupini, Wen Chi Zin Aya, and Ma Zhang Si Ho. Please take a moment and share with us your experience as part of this humming meditation. And pay attention to the inner chatter. Your mind should be a lot quieter after this powerful meditation.
So with this, let's move on to the power manifestation. And in this round, we'll be manifesting the power of course, we're doing today the power of thought current scanning. In this round, with Acharyas, we'll be looking at one of the picture which has all the details, including the location. So you'll be scanning the location of the image that the Acharyas are looking, and even all the details as well. It doesn't have to only the location. Even if you are not able to get location, you can get all the details of the image that the Acharyas are looking at. So let's enter into this meditation. You can sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. And you can also close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Remember, there's nothing other than you and Swamiji exist. Forget the world. Forget your positions. Forget your identities. Forget your relationship. Only relationship is that you have is with Swamiji. Connect with him deeply to manifest the powers. Your intense declaration to be in oneness with Swamiji will allow Swamiji to flow from you, Swamiji to work through you. So let's now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya as we enter into this round of power manifestation. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. Slowly, very slowly, just relax and take a moment to share what was revealed to you as you were scanning the acharyas for the image that acharyas were thinking about, including the details, including the location of the image. So let's take a moment and start sharing. It's quite interesting, where you will be not only scanning the details, but the location also of this image. So let's take a moment and start sharing which location was revealed to you. Even all the participants on the YouTube, please go ahead and start sharing.
So we understand it's quite late for some of you, but let us push through this. Let us keep awake and keep going with this program, in the program. See, Swamiji said, whatever you put into the program is what you get out of it. We understand that it is late. For some of you, it is overnight. But if you are here for the program, then consider what you came to the program expecting. And Swamiji says, if you put in 10%, you get back 10%. If you So requesting everyone, let us be present for ourselves and switch on the cameras, be available and take part, participate in the program.
Yes, so please go ahead and share. Meanwhile, let's also prepare ourselves for the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on how inner space is the only natural resource, which is world's most unused natural resource. So much you will be thinking that is there which natural resource which is the most unused resource? Is it some oxide, some mineral, some compound, or but it is said that it is the most unused natural resource is the inner space, where hardly few people have explored it, used it. All right, so if you are still sharing, please go ahead and share. Meanwhile, we'll be entering into the verification. We'll be projecting you the image on your screen so that you can verify your manifestation. Yes.
Yes, so as you can see, it is a beautiful beach setting. We have nice golden sand with the waves crashing up against the sand. We have beautiful clear waters. We have palm trees. And of course, we have some resort homes that we can see going up onto a little bit of a hill towards the end of the beach. So yes, beautiful, scenic, and this of course is Antigua, from Antigua and Barbuda, is the island of Antigua that have 365 beaches, one for every day the week of the month, of the year. Wow, so 365 beaches on the island of Antigua alone.
All right, so but still beaches are not the most unused resources, even though it's available every day, but still it is the inner space which is the most unused resource. Still human beings are yet to explore. So let's enter into this revelation of Swamiji.
Your inner space. The whole world unused natural resource, I can say, misused powerful natural resource is your inner space. Naturally available to us, just because we don't know how to use, it constantly gets abused. And we do not know the power of it. Just a simple one understanding. Again and again, from time immemorial, the enlightened masters are landing on the planet Earth and saying that life is joy and ecstasy and bliss. Again and again. Another one problem is, we are not able to just throw them out, saying that they may be liars, or one bolt has gone. We are not able to push them aside just because of their authenticity, just because of their very presence. Truth adds value to your presence. When Vivekananda addressed the Parliament of Religions, he started, "Dear brothers and sisters of America." the reminiscences, people who witnessed the scene, they say that it took at least 10 minutes for the crowd to settle down. It was such a strong experience, not just clapping, the very feeling. Somebody asked Vivekananda, how this happened? Because every day you see in the street so many people calling you sister, brother, all those things. The problem is, when they call sister or brother, you don't know what for they are calling. There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, ojas. If the person who is speaking, if he is speaking from authentic experience, the person who is listening has to listen authentically. Listener cannot escape, because the depth or the words will have its own quality. Not only that, anything comes out of the pure inner space has to penetrate your inner space, has to enter into your inner space. When Vivekananda says, dear brothers and sisters, you cannot just brush him aside saying, oh, he's lying, or he's using sentimental words, or he is just socially polite, or he is politically correct. You can't brush him aside. Because it will be such a strong experience. It will be such a strong word. You cannot push the master's words aside. I always tell people, either you agree completely with me or you disagree completely with me. That's a big problem. But you cannot push masters aside. Again and again they are happening, and they say that life is joy, life is ecstasy, life is bliss, life is ananda. But in our daily routine, it doesn't seem to be true. And it doesn't seem to be reality. That is why I have seen many times this happening. People who live closely with enlightened masters, living masters, they can't understand what is going on. This guy is constantly radiating so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. I always tell people, if you live with the living master, either you should become enlightened or you will become mad. No other way. Because you are too close to truth. It's a dangerous zone. Either if you are cooperating, if you are letting that process to happen, if you are involving yourself, you will become enlightened. If you are resisting, the resistance will be too much, because every moment you have to resist, and you don't have so much of energy to resist, because his presence will be so strong. It will be penetrating. To resist an enlightened master, you need almost equal energy, which is practically impossible. That is the reason you can't push them aside. Neither we can push them aside, nor we are able to realize. Then where is the problem? Why their words doesn't seem to be reality in our system? Even people who follow many times feel the words which are coming out, why it has not become reality in my life? I can say the only one reason: unused, abused inner space. The first thing in the life, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, give me only one word advice. Actually, there is a big problem. Many people come and ask me, give me only one word. I tell them, if I have to give you one word advice, I need 2-3 hours. If I have to give whatever I want, then I can give it immediately. One word means it has to be essence. Once Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody goes and asks, how could you write such a small book, 100-page? He says, I don't have time. If I had time, I would have written only 40-page. Understand? He says, I don't have time. That is why I wrote 100-page. If I had little more time, I would have written much smaller. Means to be precise. You need more time. If somebody asks me to be precise on only one word, advice, my advice will be, let you care about your inner space, that's all. Understand, without knowing, without respecting, without even having little sensitivity, constantly we are abusing our inner space. From morning till night, you do not know what you are sowing, you do not know what you are growing, you do not know what you are encouraging. Suddenly when you see the result, you say, this is not what I asked, this is not what I wanted, I don't know how this happened in my life, I don't know how come God is punishing me, poor guy. Anything goes right, credit goes to you. Anything goes wrong, he has to take. And we all of us know he is sitting somewhere and he doesn't interfere much. So naturally we go on complaining. It is he, it is he, it is he. The concept of God has become method to you escape from our responsibility. Escape from our responsibility. The abused inner space or misused inner space is the worst thing can happen to an individual. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Agara Shuddhayo Smriti Suddhihi. If the intake is purified, your memory, inner space will be purified. Understand, when Shankara says intake, he does not mean just the food which you take through the mouth. No. All the things which you take through all five senses, through eyes, through ears, through smell, through mouth and through touch. Whatever you take inside is called ahara. Our inner space is constantly abused by wrong diet, wrong food, poison. So much of violence we are swallowing, visually or through movies or through media, whatever may be reason. So much of violence you are swallowing. I don't say you should not read newspaper. To know the news, to keep in touch with the world, newspaper is perfectly all right. But we go on spending time and energy enjoying and cherishing the violent visualizations. So much we are throwing inside without knowing that our inner space is getting corrupted. The corruption which happens to your inner space is what I call samskara, engraved memories. The memories which goes and sits inside your inner space and makes you go through same experience, makes you do same kind of actions. Even if you don't want, those memories is what I call samskaras. Today, the whole session today is completely dedicated to work on our inner space, to work on our samskaras. we will do a deeper process, some methods to cleanse the unnecessarily accumulated samskaras. Of course, all samskaras are unnecessary. You can be alive without any samskara because your very body is made out of the samskaras which is needed. Your mind does not need to carry any samskara to run your life or to protect the infrastructure which you are having as your own, or to expand your infrastructure to add comforts and to do what you want. Please understand, your body has an innate intelligence which we call biomemory, or in Sanskrit prarabdha. When you design your body, you have clearly decided about the life, about the enjoyments, experiences you want to have. Based on that, you decide your body, you design your body. So the energy or the ideas with which you designed your body, that is called prarabdha. Your prarabdha is intelligent enough, powerful enough, efficient enough to run your life and expand your infrastructures. Any samskara which is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance for the fulfillment of your life. Any samskara, please understand, any samskara. There is no such thing as good or bad. People come and ask me, I feel like coming back to your lecture, Swamiji. Is this samskara also bad? You tell them, please be very clear. Do not try to hide. Mind sometimes hides from this corner to that corner. If you chase the mind from this corner, it goes and hides in that corner. I tell them, be very clear. Anything, even coming back or listening to the discourse, if it is based on samskara, you have not understood what I said. First time, if you listen and drop samskaras, you don't need to come second time. You don't need to do anything. Sometime you will see, without samskara, just out of a deep gratitude or ecstasy, you may come back. That is perfectly all right. But not as a habit. People who come and sit as a habit, be very clear, I can be 100% sure they will not be listening what I am talking. Because they will have one more habit. They have mastered the art of sitting with open eyes and sleeping. They may not be moving their head. Sometimes I have seen, they will be, especially in the modern day, our schools and colleges teach kids how to sit with open eyes and sleep. Eyes will be wide open, sitting very straight, but you will see their mind will not be here. The mind will be somewhere else. As I was telling yesterday, daydreaming. If you are here out of habit, I don't think that is going to help. Because again, the next habit, even if the body is there, mind will be somewhere. That habit will be there. I always tell people, early morning when you get up and put the brush in the mouth, mind is already in the office. When you are sitting in the office and operating your computer, mind is already in the beach or the temple evening. When you are in the temple, your mind is already in the house. By the time you reach the house and settle down, mind is already thinking about what to do tomorrow, next day routine. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Because constantly it is running here, there, here, there, here, there. Filled samskaras, inner space filled with samskaras is hell. Inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not try to classify good or bad. Samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature is depressive. I always tell people, if you come and sit just out of samskara, after 2 days the same thing will be boring. Anything done out of samskara, suddenly you will see it becomes empty, it becomes boring, it becomes simply unrelated to your life. Any moment happens with a deep understanding. Any moment happens out of your pure inner space, adds value to you. From the young age, we collect so many different samskaras through so many ways, accumulate, add, and reproduce. Samskaras do reproduce even without any further action. Just by thinking, you can strengthen samskaras. There are some samskaras which can be strengthened only by action. There are some which will be strengthened by information. There are some neither needs action nor needs information. Just remembrance is enough. They will get strengthened. We collect various level samskaras, engraved memories, and store in our system and expand, multiply, create more and more hindrance. Now, I'll take few minutes to analyze whatever I expressed. Please understand. Now, whatever I expressed is more like atato brahma jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. So I proposed whatever I want to propose. Now you can analyze it through your questions. It's like a churning. The master's experience and the disciple's logic is used to churn. When the disciple's logic is used to work and the churn with the master's experience, suddenly you will see the amrita, the master's experience, comes out. If the disciple's logic is not intelligent enough to stay with the master patiently, then that logic emits something. It is called poison. That logic will escape, run away out of its tiredness. When it thinks it is not going to survive, it will emit poison. Just like that Vasugis. If you know the churning, the Milky Ocean, the story, the Vasugi, the snake can be called as disciple's logic. When the Vasugi thought it won't survive, it started vomiting poison. When the logic feels it can't survive these great truths, it is going to disappear. The life is going to take different direction. It vomits poison, which I call doubt, and creates problems. If you have patience to work with the master's experience, which is the Meru hill, you will see Amrita, enlightenment comes out of your system. Let us churn the master's experience with the questions so that you can internalize all these great truths, all these great revelations. Then we will enter into the process and meditation technique. First, let me answer. See, here he's asking, animals don't get married and live a free life. Why should we get married and suffer? Is there anything that is in a marriage that is not provided for animals? Yes. Yes. Animals take birth as polygamous and die as polygamous. Human being, in seed, in potential form, when he is taking birth he is polygamous, but he should not die as polygamous. He should become monogamous. Understand, that is what is maturity. Suddenly you will see, when you start growing inside you, the deep friendliness liberates you from lust. Please understand. Just yesterday, in our ashram, I was discussing about this. In our ashramites meeting, I was taking classes for my brahmacharis about the celibacy and sannyas. There were some very intimate questions and answers. Sessions was going on. There I made a statement, very important truth. It is not just for Swamis, even for everyone, we need to understand. A deep friendliness will completely replace the need for lust. It's a very important sutra. Usually in marriage, a deep hatred replaces the lust. A small story. 30-year-old guy goes to the doctor. After thorough checkup, medical checkup, doctor says, your health is not for married life. You have to completely drop physical relationship. You have to be celibate, alone. This guy says, no, I'm just 30. I cannot suddenly quit. I cannot suddenly stop. Give me some other alternative. He says, all right, then marry. Slowly it will automatically taper down. Understand, a deep hatred starts replacing the need for lust. But the truth is, a deep friendliness can replace the need for physical relationship. If the deep friendliness replaces the need for physical relationship, that is what we call vanaprastha. In the Vedic tradition, a ripened married life. When the married life gets ripened, it's called vanaprastha. In the Vedic marriage, there is a beautiful Asirvachana, means the blessing statement. During the marriage, the blessing is given to the woman, let you become to the man, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th son of your wife. For her, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th daughter of your husband. Means, after 10 years of living together, the deep friendliness, if it grows, suddenly you will see the need for the physical relationship comes down, tapers down. So I really feel the marriage system as something to contribute. At least our masters had something in their heart when they created this system of family. So surely marriage system has something to add to you than the animal life. I can say deep friendliness. I can say it's like the physical relationship is more like confirming whether the other person is still in need of me, or still the other person wants me, or still the other person loves me or not. If that guarantee, the confirmation, the other person is in love with you, the other person really needs you, the other person will miss you, the other person loves you. If that confirmation, that security settles down in both hearts, suddenly you will see the need for physical relationship comes down. I can say that is what is the gift of that is what is the fruit which you are supposed to have from the proper marriage system. I can say that is the thing which animals cannot experience. A polygamous man can never experience this. Polygamous man can never experience what I am saying, that guarantee, insurance, the other person loves you. will never be experienced by a polygamous person. If you experience that, you lived a pure, fulfilling life. The life of the real Grihastha, the Vedic traditional Grihastha. Unless you have the courage to go near the truth, the real healing will never happen. You may have medically fit body, that does not mean you are healthy. Of course, whoever I have seen, I can say 99%, the people who do not have the self-healing clarity, thoughts in the system will never be able to maintain even the physical health. In last 5 years of my public life, around 1.2 million, 12 lakh disciples I have initiated. With that experience I am sharing with you, not just to boast or be proud about nothing, just to tell you, with this authority, with this experience, with this understanding, I tell you, person who does not have the self-healing clarity and understanding. When I say self-healing understanding, when you fall in depression, the thoughts which brings you out of the depression, the clarity which brings you out of depression. Just a year ago, I did a small research. I chose some of the people who went through meditation programs and who went through some spiritual studying, asked them to write whatever comes in their mind without editing for 20 minutes. And a person who is not exposed to spirituality, asked them also to write. When I read those papers, it was a very shocking revelation. A person who is not exposed to the spirituality, his thoughts, if he has written 100 thoughts, more than 80 are directing him towards more and more depression. Only 20 thoughts were self-healing, means bringing him out of depression. But the people who are exposed to the spirituality and study and meditation, I saw more than 60% of their thoughts are self-healing. Only 40 are towards depression. The self-healing thoughts, the self-healing clarity, the touch of the truth. Only a person who had a touch of the truth in his life can maintain health. Understand? When I say health, I mean even physical health. Otherwise, it is impossible even to maintain physical health, especially in this so-called modern society. The stress and the pressure and all those things. The person who put the question yesterday, this is too much truth for me, Swamiji. I am afraid. Understand? You are afraid of your health. You are afraid of your health. Sometime, truth will be strong. No other way. But I tell you, it can create so much of ecstasy and energy. Ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand yourself in the outer space. Energy in the inner space, ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand in the outer space. Yesterday, the one concept which I was explaining again and again, it is nothing but another one kind of a dream. That truth, if you can just collect it and keep it inside, that is what I call knowledge weapon, Shastra Sastra. Whenever depression attacks you, suffering attacks you, life brings different scenes in front of you, the Shastra Sastra, knowledge weapon, can be so powerful, can be used so much, you can just come out of the depression. So naturally, these great truths, sometime, even if it is too much, don't bother. Try to digest, assimilate, and keep it in the corner of your heart. let the Shastra Shastras be stored inside you. The more and more Shastra Shastras you have, knowledge weapons you have, naturally the depression will have the fear about you. It's just like if you have a huge army, naturally the other country will be afraid of attacking you. You don't even have to attack. The moment you display your power, the other country will think twice before attacking you. Same way, the knowledge weapon, Shastra Shastras, the self-healing thoughts, the more and more you accumulate, the self-healing thoughts, Shastra Shastras, inside your system, you will see depression will have fear to come near you. Depression will have fear to even look at you. The life, or what you call as so-called life, will be afraid to come near you. Even now, the truths which I am sharing, it may be a little strong, but I tell you, if you want the truth to do the process of healing in you, it has to be digested, internalized. Many times people ask me, just by giving few hours of discourse, how could you heal, Swamiji? But it is happening. How it happened in me? Many people come and ask me. Just 2-3 days I sat with you and listened to whatever you said. Suddenly I feel my system is healed. My system is helped. My health is better. I tell them it is not simply listening. It is not ordinary words. You will see when these truths are added into you, you will completely rethink. You will redesign your whole life. What you think as desires, what you think as fear, what you think as worry, what you think as depression, all these things will suddenly have new clarity. All these things will suddenly disappear. When the load is taken out of your inner space, there is nothing else but healing. Healing is the only thing can happen to you. Here is a beautiful question. Sir, how to know master is enlightened or not among so many masters in the world? I tell you, even if the master is not enlightened, if your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Understand? If your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling connected, even if he is enlightened, he can't help you. Just forget about him. Even if he is enlightened, if your heart is not feeling connected to him, if you are not just feeling that vibration, that ecstasy, that falling in tune with him, he will not be able to help you. Just forget about it. So, don't have to bother whether somebody is enlightened or not. Bother more about whether you feel connected or not. It's one of the best way to avoid spiritual growth, judging the masters. It's a very, if you want to avoid spiritual growth, best method is judging the masters. Start judging so that you don't have to judge you. Many people come and ask me. One guy the other day asked me, young guy, he said, like how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, have you seen God? I am asking you, have you seen God? He asked me. He says that how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you, answer me. Have you seen God? I told him. When Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said yes, and Vivekananda was courageous enough to follow Ramakrishna. I tell you, not only I have seen, I am ready to show. Come on, that guy disappeared. We go on judging the masters, but do not bother about our qualification. I tell you, if your heart feels connected, if you feel some goodness being around him or about him,
just go behind. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. I have seen many disciples becoming enlightened and masters unenlightened.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's
Yes. So after this intense revelation by Swami on the inner space and how the inner space is the most world's unused natural resource. We keep talking about the other natural resources, whether it is petroleum, oil, different kinds of natural resources, but it is the inner space of human beings which is the most unused natural resource in the world. Understand, miracles and accident both are beyond logic. If the effects is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it miracle. And if the effect is not desired by you, and if it's not benefiting you, you call it accident.
Yes, Swamiji beautifully tells us that, jokingly of course, that when something good happens to you, it's a miracle. When something good happens to your enemy, it's an accident. But yes, understand that your inner space, see, this is everyone's inner space. If we know how to use the inner space, we will be constantly creating these miracles happening in our life. We will be creating a life full of miracles. If we purify the inner space, it is planning for miracles to happen. If we don't know how to use it, then we will constantly be creating these accidents. And I mean accidents for ourselves, not accidents for your enemy. But creating accidents, creating the things that we don't want to happen in our life. So you understand that inner space is very, very important in how it shapes your life.
So understand, because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So this is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only you, only internalize, experience by entering into the process,
Yes, so let us consciously enter into the memories which we don't want to enter. So it is important. Pick memories that you don't want to enter. It's for one reason or another, whether it's your guilt, whether it's your pain, we keep many suppressed desires which we don't want, which we don't want to become part of our inner space. So whatever we are avoiding, we need to constantly, consciously, with awareness, re-enter into them.
So let's enter into this meditation. And I understand, people ask, no, if we enter, will it be, or will it become strong? Will it not become reality? Swami says you're not that powerful to make your thoughts into reality, fortunately. So don't bother. When you enter them consciously into those engrams, they are some way going to be good as they become part of you. So let's enter into those memories by which where you don't want to enter. Whether it is your guilt, whether it is your pain, maybe the suppressed desires which you don't want to enter, which you don't want to become part of your inner space. Whatever you are avoiding, just consciously re-enter into them. So this is going to be a few minutes. So understand, have that will persistence, have that clarity that you will enter into those memories, your guilts, suppressed desires. Even at this time, you'll be resisting so much while entering into this. But have that conscious clarity, have this conscious declaration to enter into them. Only when you enter into them, it will become part of you in a good way. So let's begin this process. slowly, very slowly, just relax from this meditation. And whenever you find time, go into this deep place, your inner space where you don't want to enter. Understand, only when you enter into these space, you will get relieved of these guilts, desires which you never wanted to go. A very powerful process. So even after the program, whenever you find time, you can do this process consciously, entering into the guilt and desires where you never wanted to enter. So with this, now we'll be entering into the next session, which is going to be the power manifestation session. So let's prepare ourselves.
Yes, once again, today's power manifestation session is the power of thought current scanning, where yourselves, the participants, are scanning the thought currents of ourselves, the acharyas. So we have been, in previous segments, we have been looking at an image. We have been thinking about a word. In this one, we will be thinking of a sentence. So this time we'll go up from the one word to a sentence. We'll be having a sentence in front of us and we'll be looking at it, thinking about it. And yourselves, participants, will be scanning our thoughts and giving us the details of that sentence. So let's get ready. Requesting everyone to please sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. If you can sit on the floor, please do sit on the floor cross-legged. So let's sit comfortably. The important bit is to sit comfortably, to be in a comfortable position. And with the eyes closed, head, neck, and spine in a straight line, let us bring our awareness to our inner space. We have just gone through a process to clear our inner space of the emotions, of the memories, of the desires that we don't want to get into. So we should have nice, clean inner space. Let us bring our awareness to our inner space. Let us visualize, let us remember, not just visualize, let us remember Swamiji in our inner space. So what's the difference between visualizing and remembering? Remembering is recalling the full essence that is Swamiji. It is everything that Swamiji is and means to you. So recalling, remembering Swamiji in your inner space, in your Ananda Ganda. So let's go ahead and do that. Just by mere remembrance of the Master invokes Swamiji in our inner space, our Ananda Ganda. So let us just take a moment and feel that connection with Swamiji, that feeling connection. As we bring our awareness to it, we feel it getting stronger. We feel the love, the compassion, the infinite grace that is radiating from Swamiji and showering upon us from our very own inner space. Feel that space of oneness with Swamiji in your inner space. Now, gently, let us move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows. And let us visualize Swamiji in our third eye. And gently gaze through your third eye into Swamiji's third eye. We feel an energetic connection from the Master's third eye into our third eye. An energetic connection, a light buildup of energy in our third eye, our Anya chakra. Just take a moment and feel all of that. As Swamiji is awakening and activating your third eye. Now let's connect further to Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya. Let's begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please continue to chant the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. From the space of oneness with Swamiji, let us now manifest this power of thought current scanning. Scanning the Acharyas, ourselves, as we look and think about a sentence. Let us begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. And now share with us, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye in terms of the word that we had, or the sentence rather, that we had. So ourselves, the Acharya, were looking and thinking about a sentence, and yourselves, the participants, were scanning our thought currents for the words, for the sentence that we were looking and thinking about. So now take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you. So you can give us any words, you can give us any meanings, any topics, anything that was revealed to you that could possibly be related to the sentence that we were looking at. And don't have any don't hold back, don't have any doubts, don't have any judgments. Just go with it. Trust whatever is being revealed to you. So your connection to the divine is all that matters. Don't doubt your connection to the divine. Have faith and just go with it. Please go ahead and share.
Once you have shared, we'll be actually showing you the word or sentence which the acharyas were thinking about. And these are one of the more than 463 powers that Paramashiva gives in Vedas and Agamas. And these powers that Swamiji himself is giving as a gift to every one of us with the Sas Pramana, with the signs of manifesting these powers. This is for the first time that it is being available to all of us. All right. So if you're still sharing, go ahead and share. Meanwhile, we'll be projecting the sentence.
Yes. And the sentence, of course, was eternal bliss is our true nature. Eternal bliss is our true nature. If you got any of those words right, or anything that is similar, anything that is related to, perhaps you got some colors, blue, yellow, pink, any of that, then you manifested successfully. So give yourself a round of applause and let's celebrate.
Yes. Even like Nithyananda, because Nithyananda itself means eternal bliss. So anything even related to the words that is being projected, that itself is a manifestation actually. Yes. All right. So this now will be entering into the next revelation by
Nithyananda.
Yes. So now let's move on with the next revelation by Swamiji on the chakra awareness. So we had the first meditation where we went into the chaotic breathing. Then we had the humming meditation to quieten the inner space. Then we had the meditation, the powerful process of the inner space where to remove all the guilts, all the unfulfilled desires. Now we'll be entering into the chakra awareness. the 7 chakras that we have, the major chakras. And let's enter into this as Swamiji reveals on this. Then we'll be entering into the meditation process itself.
We have lot of mechanisms inside our body. We have many systems inside our body. If it is not put to use, not only it is not useful, it is occupying unnecessary space in our system, in our being. If you know just how to switch it on, only nothing else, only one on, just one switch on, it's enough. The whole thing is useful. Just like that, our whole system, if you know just how to switch on the mechanisms which is in our being, the whole thing will be useful. The whole thing will turn into the utility system which you can use it for your day-to-day life. When I say there are so many mechanisms which are lying down in your system, in your body, without being put into use, I mean chakras. Small introduction to the chakras will be able to explain what is chakras. The energy centers, you see, almost all the ancient masters of all the religions, almost all the great masters of all the ancient masters of all the religion which worked on the inner sciences, they speak of these chakras, the energy centers. I just brought this to show you where the chakras are situated. I'll just give an introduction to the chakras, then we'll see where the chakras are situated. All the great masters of all the religion, they speak about the chakras. Even though with a slight change in the numbers and the placements, the idea there are energy centers in our body is accepted by all the great masters. There are, you see, there is each and everyone gland has got a chakra nearby. Those energy centers take care of the activity of that area. What they say as a gland physically, metaphysically, chakras. Of course, chakras are not limited to the glands. It is not only the glands, it manages the whole area. Mainly that glands is managed by the concerned chakra. When we say the Agnya chakra, this is the energy center which controls, which activates, which manages the pituitary glands. Just like that, each and every chakra manages one of the glands, one major part of our body, our activities. Not only physical, mental, psychological, emotional and spiritual. All the layers, all the activities of your body and mind are managed by these chakras. The beautiful book on these chakras are done by a great yogi called Patanjali. Patanjali is a great master. Patanjali is the father of this yoga science. He is the first master who put the whole thing in a logical way, in a clear way. He describes about the chakras, how to meditate on the chakras, how to cleanse the chakras. The whole yoga science, the whole chakra science, the whole healing science originates from Patanjali. From Patanjali, the roots, the seeds are come out from Patanjali. Patanjali is the root, Patanjali is the seed for the whole science. Now the way in which I am going to explain chakras to you is the way of Patanjali. Of course, each and every master, little bit they differ. One or two small things there are little difference. When Buddhism, they speak on the chakras, one or two small difference will be there. But majority of the masters, majority of the enlightened people, they go with Patanjali because he is more scientific, more logical, more clear-cut on this subject. So what I am going to give you is based on Patanjali. Patanjali is the great saint, great enlightened master who lived thousands of years ago in the place called Chidambaram. Chidambaram is the place in India where he lived and had his enlightenment. He has recorded his enlightenment in a beautiful way called Yoga Aphorisms, Yoga Sutras. That's a book which explains basically about the whole science of yoga, meditation, whatever life, how the life should be led, how you need to live the life if you want to have the longevity, health and bliss. He is the father of all the postures, asanas, which we call asanas. Asana means, I think in West it is very famous now, bending the bodies and stretching out the bodies and breathing exercises. They are very famous in the West. All the yoga system, all the asanas are originally explained, are created by the Patanjali. He is the master who made all the description or the clear explanation. In a way, he has done the unabridged dictionary for the yoga philosophy. Unabridged dictionary, a complete collection of asanas, yoga system, mudras, meditations, chakra, about everything. And if you meditate on which chakra, in which way, what power you will get. Even to that extent, he has done a deep research and made an unabridged dictionary over this science. Let me explain about the chakras as Patanjali explains, according to the system of Patanjali, because what Patanjali says goes with my experience also. My experience also goes with what Patanjali says. So let me explain it. A small story. From that story I will be able to tell you the chakra, about the chakras. After the Second World War, a group of defense people, they were vacating their army camp. When they were vacating their army camp, they left a small open aircraft in one tribal village and went away. When they leave their army camps, they don't carry everything back. Some things they carry, some things if they can't, they leave it and go. Just like that, in one army village, in one tribal village, a small tribal village in Germany, they left one aircraft, open aircraft. Only 1 or 2 persons can sit in that sort of small helicopter. They left that open aircraft and went away. After 1 or 2 days, the tribal people, they have neither heard about aircraft or they have not seen. They don't even have any idea about the helicopter. They have not even heard about tractor, or to speak of aircraft. So the whole village gathered and saw, what is this? What is something new has come to our village? They were not able to understand what it is. And they were just going around and around that vehicle. They don't even understand it is something called vehicle. It is something like a vehicle. So they were not able to assess what it is. Suddenly one man told, it may be God who has come to visit our village. And all the other people told, no. If God means he should speak, he should give boons. It is not doing anything, it is stagnant as it is. They refused. The argument was refuted. Somebody else told, it may be some devil or the ghost has come to our village. Again it was refused. No, it is not doing any harm, it is lying down there as it is. Nobody was able to recognize, nobody was able to understand what it is. Finally one boy came and told, You see, bullock cart also we have a wheel. They know only one thing, bullock cart. They use bullock cart. Bullock cart is also having a wheel. And this vehicle is also having a wheel. So it must be a bullock cart. Maybe a little developed bullock cart. It must be bullock cart. When it is told with a logical way, the whole village agreed, yes, it must be a bullock cart. So they all thought that they have discovered what it is, and they started celebrating, enjoying, running around the vehicle, pulling this way and that way, pushing this way and that way. The whole village was celebrating and enjoying the new bullock cart. After 1 month, it went on. They were playing with that vehicle. They put a big bullock in front of the helicopter and they started using that as a bullock cart. Throughout the village, they take round and whatever they want to transport, they started using this vehicle. It is going on. After some 3-4 months, one boy who has gone to a nearby village, nearby city to study, to do his school, he came back. He was a tribal boy. He went to a nearby city to do his studies. He came back and he saw the whole thing. He thought it cannot be bullock cart. It is done with so many mechanisms. He also don't know about a helicopter. He also don't know about aircraft. He has seen only the tractor. So he thought it must be one way of tractor. It must be one kind of tractor. So he got into that vehicle and did something this way, that way. Somehow he started it. He started using that as a tractor. So morning till evening he started using that as a tractor. When the people saw it can go even without bullock, they were wondering, they were surprised. How can it go without even bullock? It goes simply and comes back. There is no need for any bullock. So they decided it's a bullock cart without bullock. It can simply go and come by itself. So they were enjoying the vehicle as a bullock cart for 6 more months. After 6 months, one retired pilot, for some reason, for some research, somehow he came to that village. He saw the whole thing, what is happened. He started laughing. Then he explained to the villagers, see, it is neither a bullock cart nor a tractor. It's an aircraft. It can be used to fly. First, the villagers were not ready to agree it. What are you talking? How can it fly? It is such big mechanism, so heavy. Our body is much lighter than the mechanism. Even our body cannot fly. We cannot fly. It is more heavier than our body. How can it fly? They asked all logical questions. But the pilot told, you see, I cannot answer your logical questions. There are a lot of things which logic cannot explain. But the one thing I can do, I can fly and show. He got into that aircraft. He just took that. 1 round he went. He came back. He landed. And then he showed. You see, this much only I can do. Now you understand that it can fly. It's an aircraft. Then the whole village surrendered and asked the pilot, yes, now we understand. It's an aircraft. You see, a very small story, if you understand deeply, you will be able to understand your whole life. The vehicle, the aircraft is what is the thing, our body. God has given this body to us. The tribal villages have used the same aircraft as a bullock cart. The next step, man used the same body, same vehicle as a tractor. Third level, pilot used the same thing as a aircraft. Same vehicle or the same instrument. One man is using it as a bullock cart, another person is using it as a tractor, the third person is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given a same system for all of us. The body is the system. This is the system given to us by God, given to us by the divine. The people who live
with a normal life, very ordinary way of life, just taking birth, having their food, reproducing some more children and dying. Nothing more in their life. Just if you weigh their life, few Benz, few bungalows, little bit of money, that's all. Nothing more. They take birth, do something, and then they die. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, why in all the cemeteries it is written born on such and such a date, died in such and such a date? I told them, nothing worth mentioning has happened in between. Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. Only these two are worth mentioning. Born and died, over. You see, most 90% of our lives, 90% of the people live only in this state. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our life. So it's just a dull, dead, dragging life. When you live the life of only eating and reproducing and dying, if you have not done anything else except this, you have lived your life as a bullock cart. As the tribals have used, we have lived our life only as a bullock cart. We take birth in Muladhara. Muladhara means the lowest chakra. That is the sex center. We die in Swadhisthana, the next center. Next center is death, first center is birth. Birth and death, over. Nothing more, nothing else. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning has happened. Even though if you have place, nothing worth mentioning has happened. That is the one kind of life in which 90% of us will live. 90% of us live only a dull, dead, dragging life. So there are next level people, like a young boy who used that as a tractor. There are next level of people who enter into the field of art, culture, dance, poetry. When you enter into the layer of the art, when you enter into the level of heart, when you add some juicy things in your life, by dancing, by singing, by painting, by this type of artistic things, you use your system as a tractor. You expose yourself to the second layer. You come to the second level of understanding. You understand money is not the only thing to be achieved in the life. Money is necessity. It is a basic thing, okay, but it is only basic thing. Basic things are only basic things. It is not ultimate. There is a next step to be more joyful, to be more, to make the life more juicy. The artistic things. When you add art in your life, you use your system as a tractor. The third level, when you add spirituality, when you add meditation, when you add the joy, the spiritual bliss in your life, you use your system as an aircraft. The same system, the same body, the same vehicle, tribals are using as a bullock cart, the young man is using as a tractor, pilot is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given the same system for all of us. If you just live in a normal life, an ordinary life, taking birth, eating, drinking, giving birth to children, little bit of money, you want an easy chair, then finished. Nothing else. If you live that normal life, we are also using our life as a bullock cart. If you go to the next level, the dance, culture, art, poetry, not for the sake of name and fame, just for enjoying the art, you use your system in a second dimension. You understand your second dimension. You go to the next level of being. That is artists, where the artists reach. Rabindranath Tagore, the great poet like Rabindranath Tagore, the great Sthapatis, great people, great painters, all these people touch the second layer. They use their system as a tractor. People who have become enlightened, who have become God, who have become one with the God, who have had the spiritual joy in their life, spiritual bliss in their life. Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, these great masters, Ramanuja, all these great spiritual people, they are using the same system as a aircraft. They are the pilots. They are the people who show life to us, how beautifully life can be lived, what best you can have from the system, how maximum can be extracted out of this system, how optimum the system can be put to use is explained by the great masters like Jesus, Buddha, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Thomas. All these great masters have lived their life as an aircraft. What is the difference between the tribal villages and the pilot? Tell me. What is the difference? Only one difference. Villages don't know how to operate the mechanisms and gears. The pilot knows how to operate the mechanisms. That's all. Villages, they don't know how to operate the mechanisms, so they are using that as a bullock cart. Pilot, he knows how to operate the mechanism. He is using the same thing as a aircraft. Please turn. Where the spinal cord ends, no, it can be. Where the spinal cord ends, the end of the spinal cord, the Muladhara chakra, the first center, just 2 inches above, we are going to do the meditation. So for that you need to understand where the chakras are situated. Just 2 inches above Swadhisthana. Then navel, where the navel center is there, on that the third chakra, Manipuraga it is called. Then just near the chest, the center of the chest, we have, yes, thank you, no, this is enough. We have the Anahata, the fourth center. It is called heart center, Anahata, the fourth center. In near the throat, this area, we have fifth center, Vishuddhi. This is called. Near the eyebrows, you have the sixth center. It is called Amnya. On the top of the crown, on the top of the head, there is a chakra which is called Sahasrara. These are the 7 major centers, 7 major mechanisms which exist in your being, in your body. If you know how to breathe life into them, in an ordinary way, normal way, they are completely closed. They don't work completely. Only very minimum portion of their the chakras are active, are there. The energy which is supplied to the chakras are not enough. Very little portion of your energy is supplied to the chakras. If you know how to breathe life into them, if you know how to activate them, if you know how to concentrate on them, if you know how to energize them, you will see the same body with the same mind, with the same spirit. You will be able to live more joyful, more ecstatic, more collective life. The below chakra, lowest chakra, Muladhara, this chakra is managing all the sexual activities of your mind. The imagination, too much of imagination locks this chakra. And if you know how to live the life with little bit of less imaginations, as I told you yesterday, if the dreams can be little reduced, this chakra opens. The next level, Swadhisthana, the chakra which is below your navel, above the Muladhara, below the navel. If this chakra is getting locked by the unnecessary fear. You see, a small example can tell you about this chakra. If you just climb a 10-story building, and if you stand near a parapet wall and just peep in, peep out, you know that the building is safe, and the man who built the building, he only built the parapet wall. Even then, if you just put your head outside the window, you will have a slight feeling, just from the deep stomach, a feeling of fear that you may fall. The feeling which comes from the deep stomach, it comes from only Swadhisthana. And you are driving in a highway, the full speed. If some vehicle, without any traffic, without any rules, if it comes just near your vehicle, as if about to hit your vehicle, you will feel something is suddenly come up from your deep stomach. Any of you have felt a sudden fear? If you are in danger, you will feel that something suddenly happening in your deep stomach. That happens only from Swadhisthana. The fear, the unnecessary fear, and the deep feeling of insecurity locks the Swadhisthana chakra. If you understand the inevitability of life and inevitability of death, death is the only thing which can never die. Anything else can die. Death is the only thing which never dies. Uncertainty is the only certainty in the life. Insecurity is the only security in the life. If you understand the life uncertainty and relax with the fear of death, this chakra opens. The third thing, Manipuraga is something to do with Ori. That is the navel center is something to do with Ori. That is the reason in all the language we have an expression. If you receive any news which you cannot tolerate, if a shocking news comes to you, immediately we say, I cannot digest it. I cannot stomach it. Not only in English, all the language this expression exists. Because Ori and Manipuraga is very closely related. Any news which makes you worry, you immediately say, I cannot digest it. And any news, if you hear any shocking news which shakes you, the first will be, stomach will be upset. The first thing in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Any disturbing news, any disturbing thing, have you observed? Anybody had this experience? Any shocking news if you receive, the first reaction in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Stomach will get upset, either diarrhea or indigestion. The stomach is the first portion, first part of your body, which will be disturbed if you listen any news, the incident which gives you worry. So the Manipuraga is disturbed by unnecessary worries and the unnecessary depression. If you suppress any of your emotions, Manipuraga is the first chakra which will get disturbed. And the Anahata is the chakra which continuously asks for the attention from others. Our life, throughout our life, we will be doing so many things just to get the attention of the others. Just to ask, just to get the certificate from others that you are a good person, you are a good wife, you are a good husband, you are a good children, you are a good son, you are a good daughter. To get that certificate, we put our whole life just for the certificates of others. When you just run behind the certificate of others, the Anahata is locked. So the Vishuddhi, when you compare and feel jealous with others, when you compare your life with others and feel jealousy about it, the Vishuddhi gets locked. If you take things too seriously and if you behave too egoistically, the prejudiced life, if your life is filled with prejudices, instead of living with reality, if you have too much of past on your head, the Anya is locked. Too much of past and too much of ego. Of course, past is ego. If you have too much of past, you behave with a too much of egoistic way. That is the reason elderly people, if you just go near them, they will start, oh, in my good old days. Anything, the conversation will start, in my good old days. You can, with any elderly person you can say, you can see. If they live with a simple little bit of understanding, they won't start. Otherwise, in my good old days, things used to be like that. So the past is heavy on our life. If you have too much of past carrying in your life, it is not that just because you are 90, you need to carry the past. There is no need. There are many people who are 90, but mentally they are 19. Just because you have lived 90 years, there is no need you should carry the past. Just because
you are elderly man, there is no need that you should be egoistic. But generally, we carry the past heavy on our mind. So wherever, even if it is unasked, we just go and give advice. See, the advice is so free of, it is free of cost. So what to do? Even if you are, if nobody wants, even if somebody doesn't listen, we just go and catch them and start giving the advice. So just catching the people and giving the advice, just having the past on your head locks the Anya Chakra and continuously living a discontented life. Whatever life has given, we take the things for granted and we don't feel grateful for the life. That motion, that taking the things for granted locks the Sahasrara Chakra. This is the gist of the 7 chakras. If you understand, God has given so much, divine energy has given so much. If you feel grateful, the Sahasrara opens. You see, we pray to God, oh God, give me the ring, give me the diamond ring, I should wear a diamond ring. But we never feel grateful that you are given a finger. You see the truth. We pray to God, we pray to Balaji, oh Balaji, give me so much of money so that I will wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful, oh God, you have given me the finger. That is the way of our life. Whatever God has given, whatever the divine has given, whatever the life has given, we think everything is our birthright. Till we get only, we keep, our mind keeps quiet. As soon as we get what we decide, oh, it is my birthright. Everything is mine. Then what we go for? Next. What next? What next? What next? Taking things for granted locks this chakra. If you understand how much the existence has showered on you, how much the God has showered on you, how much the divinity has given you, the Sahasrara opens. You see, if all of you are, if a God appears suddenly in front of you and says, whatever you want, please make a list and give me. Will the list end any day? The list will never end. And if the God appears in front of you and asks, whatever I have given, please give the list, we will never make the list. You see, if the God has given you enough things and God has not given you enough things, there are so many things which is not given by God and there are so many things which is given by God. This side also big list and this side also big list. But we never look at this list. We never look at the list which God has given. We all our eyes, throughout our life, our whole concentration is what God has not given. That is the reason from early morning till midnight, we continuously blame God. Oh, He has not given me this, He has not given me that. And finally we go to bargain also. Oh God, give me 1 lakh in the lottery. I will give you 10,000 in the hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 10,000 by yourself and give only 90,000 in the lottery. So these are our prayers. Small story can explain how we bargain with God. Once a doctor, engineer, and lawyer, all these 3 people, this is a story I always use. All these 3, they got together and they wanted to start a business. So when you start a business, you always naturally feel insecure. How to start, how to go about, whether I will be successful. So when you are feeling insecure, only then you call God. Otherwise we don't call God. We want God only when we feel insecure. So the insecurity, naturally they pray to God. You see, whatever profit comes, we will make it as a 4 shares. Each one for 3 of us. And the 4th share goes to God. 4th share will be put into hundi, temple hundi. So they decided that they will do this. Somehow the business has become so successful, more than $1 crore has come as a God's share. You see, if it is a $500 or $600 or $1,000 also, we wouldn't mind putting in hundi. If it is a 10,000 also we would have put, but the 1 crore we always feel, why God needs 1 crore? After all, He has no issues.
You see, we have issues, we have to educate our son, daughter. We need so many things, so we need money. Why God needs $1 crore? So doctors gave suggestion. First person, he gave suggestion. We will convert everything into gold and we will make a small round in the floor. We will throw all the gold outside. Whatever falls inside the hole, we will give it to the God. Whatever falls outside, we will take that as a prasad. God's prasadam. Next man told, no, we will make a little big hole. Whatever falls inside, we will take it. Whatever falls outside, we will give it to God. You see, the third man is a wise man. He told, you see, we will throw everything up. After all, God is there. Let him take whatever he wants. Whatever falls down, we will have it. You see, after all, why should we give what has fallen on the ground? This is the way our logic works. See, till we get the things done from God, we oblige. When the things are done, we have our own logic to fulfill. Almost all our prayers are like this only. When the things have happened, you see, when the prophet has come, when things are in the hand, we don't bother about God. Once people are going in a ship, suddenly a cyclone attacked the ship. Ship was about to collapse. One man started praying, oh God, if you save me, I will stop smoking. Then also ship was not stopped, it is again shaking. And then he started, oh God, if you save me, I will stop drinking. Then also the ship has not stopped, it is again in the danger. He shouted, oh God, if you save me, I will stop womanizing. The next man, he told, hey, don't go to that much. I think one ship is coming, we will be saved. One boat is coming, we will be saved. Don't go to that much. You see, whenever we feel that we are insecure, we want God. Otherwise, let him be in the heaven. We don't mind, we don't bother much. That is the way of our life. Whenever we feel the necessity, the utility, God is nothing but an utility for us. We take the things for granted. Whatever he has given, we take the things for granted. We never feel grateful. How intensely you pray, you don't feel gratitude so intensely. Sometimes, very rarely, when you get something suddenly, you say, all right, oh God, thank you, bye. But never with the intensity of your prayer. We pray so intensely. Oh God, give me this, give me that, from morning till night, only application writing. But when he has given something, we don't feel such a gratitude. We don't feel the gratefulness towards the existence. This is the energy which locks the Sahasrara. God has given so much, he has showered so much on our life. When you take the life for granted, Sahasrara is locked. When you feel gratitude towards the life, when you feel your thankful attitude towards the energy, towards the existence, gratitude is the greatest attitude. Gratitude is the greatest attitude which you can have towards the life. Then Sahasrara opens. When the Sahasrara flowers. So, these are the emotions which locks our major chakras. So if you can just understand, understanding itself solves half of the problem. See, we don't say, many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I understand, whatever you say sounds so right, but in practice we are not able to do what to do. This is the problem. Most of us face this problem. Do you say, I understand if I put my fingers in the fire, I will get burnt. But every day I want to put my fingers in the fire. Do you say that? No. When you understand, if you put your fingers in the fire, you will be burnt. Clearly, thoroughly, you never go and put. If you don't understand, then only you go and try. Same way, if you understand, these are the emotions which blocks your chakras. These are the ways which disturbs your chakras. You can really drop it. You can understand. But our understanding is not so deep. Once when you put your hands in the cigarette and you get burnt, You think, I think only cigarette fire burns, not the lamp fire. Let me put my finger once more in the lamp fire. You put your hand in the lamp fire, and again you get burnt. Oh, lamp fire also burns. Let me put my hand in chimney fire and see whether that burns or not. So every day you try with new fires. When you understand all the fire burns, the time has come for you to go to the fire ground, the burial ground. The time will come. You need to go to the burial ground. You need to go to the cremation ground. So if you go testing every fire, naturally you will end up in the cremation ground. Nothing else. You will never understand. But understand, only once when you touch some one fire, not only this fire, all fire will burn. All fire will hurt. When you understand that, your life, you can come out of the sufferings. Your life will become a joyful flowering. Same way, understand not only this one problem, anything, not only one incident, anything related to that emotion. When I say that worry disturbs your Manipura chakra, unnecessary worry and too much of overbrooding disturbs your Manipura chakra. Not only it is related to one incident, it is related to all the incidents of your life. Anything, any incident, don't brood over too much. Don't worry too much. Just some 4 months ago, one middle-aged lady, around 40 years she came to our ashram. As soon as she entered my cabin, she started crying. This happened really. She started weeping and wailing. I told her, why are you crying, ma? Can you just tell me the reason? Let me see what can be done. She started telling, oh, my son is not listening my words. He is disobedient. If the same thing happens, I don't know, he may marry on his own. He may not marry the girl whom I wanted. In India, the son is a very good, you can earn a lot through a son. If you have one son, that is enough. You can earn enough money to run your life. If you sell that one son in the market, you will get enough money to run your whole life. So if he marries on his if he decides his own life, his own partner, what will happen to me? I don't know what will happen. So she started crying. I told her, you see, don't bother. Bring your son once. Let me talk to him. Let me try to help him. She suddenly told, no, Swamiji, I don't have to bring. I have already brought. She just let a 4-year-old boy. The son is only 4-year-old boy. She is so much worried. She is weeping and wailing. She is telling me he may marry on his own. I don't know what will happen in future. She is complaining so much. But when I asked about her son, she just let a small kid. He is only 4-year-old. You see, we are such a great masters of worrying. Even if you don't find any reason, of course, we find some reason to worry. If you don't find any reason today, oh, today everything is going well. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. And that is what we think, something very bad thing is going to happen. That is the reason today things are going smooth. If everything goes well, if you can't find any reason, you just start thinking, tomorrow there may be something very bad. I don't know what will happen. We start worrying about the next thing. You see, in the initial times, you need some reason for worrying. After some time, that becomes such a beautiful habit for you. You don't need outside reason. Even if you make some reason, even if you don't get any outside reason, you just make your own inside reason. Oh, things are going so smooth today. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. Something very bad is going to happen. Some reason we find. When I say that worry disturbs the Manipura, the unnecessary worry disturbs the Manipura, not only in one incident, throughout your life, just look, just scan your life, see where all you unnecessarily worry, where all you invested too much of your worries, and remove that. Remove the energy, remove that zone. When you stop worrying, not only you stop worrying, your energy is diverted totally towards the living, towards the life. So you will have negative accounts will be reduced and the positive accounts will increase. Both the way it will be helpful. You see, if one man comes from the opposite side of the army, to your side, not only they are losing one man, you are gaining one person. So the result is 2. 1, here 1 plus, there 1 minus, here 1 plus. So when you stop, when you analyze and understand these worries, the root cause of your problems, not only the opposite army is losing one man, you are gaining that energy. That energy turns and helps you in a positive way. So a simple understanding itself can solve more than 50% of your problems. The maturity, understanding solves 50% and the other 50% meditation. So maturity and meditation can guide and solve major problems of our life. Our life can be transformed into a real joyful ecstasy. As on now, the life is just dragging, pulling, going on. When you know how to add meditation and maturity, if you know how to activate these energy centers, the chakras, how to breathe life into it, how to breathe energy into it, how to awaken those energy centers, the same life, the same routine, the same house, the same living style will be transformed into an ecstatic lifestyle, into a Ananda Yoga, into a spiritual life. When you live ecstatically, when you live with a joy, when you live with the bliss, that is a spiritual life. Spiritual life means not going into the Himalayas, not only simply sitting there in some forest, no. If you live your life joyfully, in a balanced way, in an ecstatic way, in a blissful way, that is what is a real spiritual life. So, let me pray and bless all of you. Let you all live and be with eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these
7 layers in our being. Maybe I'll give you just simple diagram. Is it seen properly? No, I think.
think okay. Yes. Somebody asked me yesterday, there was a question. Somebody, why are you using all these modern things? I told them, what is the wrong? Perfectly all right. If Buddha has made 10,000 people enlightened without flight, car and computer, laptop and without any infrastructure, website, internet, when we have all these things, we should make at least 200,000 people enlightened, 2 lakh people enlightened. So what is the wrong in using? So let all this infrastructure be used to transmit the true science. It doesn't have to be used to transmit only the ideas which was in the head of the people who invented. See, just because somebody has invented this, it is not that you have to accept the ideology and lifestyle of the person who was invented. That is what we are doing. Not just taking the comforts and scientific great things from the West, taking their lifestyle also, idiotic. And you don't know, 66% of the Western countries, not just America, even the other so-called developed countries, 66% are taking some form of psychiatric medicines. Now we don't understand where we are heading. 66 is not small percentage. Sometimes I really feel blessed, fortunate that I am born and brought up in Indian villages. I was born and brought up in Indian village. I never heard so many problems. Not that I heard and I did not have those problems. I never even heard of those problems. The sufferings and problems which the so-called developed country kids are facing, I never even heard about them. It is good sometime. So nothing wrong in using all this infrastructure. Let it be used and the proper ideas be spread. Otherwise, what we will do, we will start thinking the person who created this infrastructure, these discoveries, he knows everything about life. That is the foolishness. That is the foolishness. They may know how to operate all these machineries, but that does not mean they know how to live the life. In the East, we have done more than 10,000 years of research and development in the inner science, in the inner field. And let the inner science be spread using the machineries and infrastructures of the outer science. We have 7 layers in our body. First layer, I'm just trying to give you a visual idea. Of course, surely not our bodies are like a round shape unless you are really obese. Even then it won't be exactly this circle. I'm just trying to give you a picture, an idea. First layer is the physical body which you are carrying, made out of flesh and blood. The second layer is the pranic movement, the prana movement, which is happening in your system, like inhaling, the prana which stays inside you, and the prana which spreads all over the body, and exhaling and cleaning. There are 5 pranas: prana, apana, vyana, udana, samana. The 5 pranas. The Pancha Pranas, Pran, Udan, Vyan, Saman, Apan. The Pancha Pranas, all these movements are called Prana Sarira. And the next, the inner chattering which is going on in you, it's called Mana, Manas Sarira, the mind. The 4th layer is the emotion. I can say intense inner chattering which does not respond to your logical analysis. That is what we call emotions. That is the 4th layer. And the 5th layer is which you experience in the deep sleep. And the 6th layer you will experience in a strong meditation technique, means thoughtless awareness. The 7th layer is enlightenment. You have 7 different layers in your system. If all 7 different layers fall in tune with each other, suddenly you will see all the samskaras will leave your system. If the samskaras are taken out of your system, suddenly you will see all these 7 layers fall in tune with each other. Balancing, reconnecting, reuniting starts happening. That uniting is what is called yoga. Beautifully, Patanjali describes yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha, means living without samskaras. Only then the thoughtless state will be there. When the samskaras are taken out, the uniting happens. If uniting happens, samskaras leave your system. Physical, second prana, third mind, fourth emotions, fifth deep sleep, the karana sharira, the silence which you enjoy in the deep sleep. Sixth, the joy, bliss you enjoy in the thoughtless awareness, what J. Krishnamurti calls as choiceless awareness. And ultimate, the 7th layer, pure enlightened consciousness. Understand, uniting all these 7 layers, removing the samskaras which you collected and stored. You store the samskaras in different layers. Yesterday somebody wrote me a question, Swamiji, this stuff was too strong for me, especially the analysis on the 4 states of consciousness. Mainly the answer for that question, that one question, when I come back I see the same world. Actually that person wrote a question in a very funny way. When I come back, I see the same house, same car, same wife. He underlined that word. That word was underlined. I didn't. Same wife and same life. But when I go back to the dream, I don't see the same thing. Answer for that question was very shocking to him. I think the same person again wrote one more slip. During the darshan, I got the slip. He says it was too strong. I didn't expect I will have such a clarity. I'm afraid of the clarity now. Understand, many times people are afraid of getting near the truth. Getting near the truth. The physical layer, the body out, the physical body is the first layer. The prana movements is second layer. The inner chattering is third layer. Emotions are fourth layer. The deep sleep, what you experience during deep sleep, that silence is fifth layer. In the deep meditation, what you experience, that joy, that intense, vibrant silence is sixth layer. Enlightenment is seventh layer. In the deep sleep, it will be graveyard silence, negative silence. In meditation, it will be intense silence. There is a big difference. When you fall asleep and come back, you will not become more intelligent. But when you fall into meditation and come back, you will be more intelligent. And you will be more blissful. When you fall asleep and come back, you may be fresh, a little relaxed, but you will not be more blissful. But when you fall into meditation and come back, that silence is called intense silence, live, vibrant silence. So, the 7 layers, we store different samskaras in different layers. Usually the samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. And the samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness is stored in the body, in the physical body.
That is why 2-3 times you try to do some exercise, workout, or even walking. First thing body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about that first level samskaras which are raising, if you enter into it, suddenly you will see that same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in 2 minutes your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it is too much, enough. We did, today it is okay, tomorrow we can do. It will try its best. But if you don't bother about that samskaras and just go ahead, in few minutes the same action will bring energy. Chronic fatigue means a deep feeling to be in inaction, to be in rest, or non-moving or not moving is stored in the physical body. I always tell people, karma palatyaga, not karma tyaga. The results of the action should be surrendered, not the action itself. Karma tyaga is very easy. That is where the whole spirituality has ended. The worst thing happened to India is not our tradition, not following our tradition, not following what Krishna said, not following what our traditions have presented. But constantly, I am seeing the superficial, analytical reports. These fellows go on abusing. The other day, I was reading an article. There was a technical term they started using, Hindu rate of growth. I was surprised. It's just, he means the suffering of India is because of our tradition. It is not. Suffering of India is because we did not follow our tradition. We did not imbibe our tradition. Instead of doing karma palatyaga, we started doing karma tyaga, stuck in the first layer, stuck in the physical layer itself. I've seen in the villages, many places. There are some great things in the villages. There are some things like, instead of karma balatyaga, karma tyaga, like till morning 10 o'clock you will see tea shops will be filled. People will be sitting and talking. If you want to listen to the great Vedantic truths, go to the village tea shops morning 10 o'clock. You will see there people will be sitting and just sipping the tea. Oh, without God's grace, nothing can be done. Only by God's grace, anything can happen. All great truths, but just to justify what they are doing, not to internalize. Karma palatyaga is supposed to be the truth, but the karma tyaga starts happening if you are stuck in the physical layer. The chronic fatigue or intense craving for the rest. I have seen people understand this intense craving for the rest brings diseases which will put you in the bed. Intense craving for disease, craving for the rest. Actually, if you see any advertisement for resorts, beach resorts especially, if you see a photograph, beautiful beach, easy resting chair, and somebody resting. The moment you see that, immediately something starts happening in you. You feel you should also be lying like that, completely resting, totally in peacefulness, in the deep peace. The moment you see that, something in you is awakened. That's what I call intense craving for tamas. Understand? If you really find out the same beach, same chair and lie down, you will not have that same peace which you visualized. Till you exhaust the tamas engrams, lethargic engrams you carry in the
physical layer, you cannot rest. Your desire for rest will not let you rest. Please understand. How can you say, Swamiji, my desire for rest will as naturally as to let me rest? No, it won't. Because it is from engrams. It is from samskara. Even if you find out the same beach, same chair, same bench, same place, try to lie down. The moment you rest, the moment you started resting, in few minutes this samskara will settle down, the next layer samskara will start. Even the decision to rest, if it is based on samskara, you cannot rest. First layer samskara is intense desire for rest. Continuously you will see your mind is pulled back. There is a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple goes to the master and asks, Master, give me the method for enlightenment. Master says, very wonderful story. He says, just take these 400 cows and when they become 1000 cows, come back. The modern day disciple would have said, what, you are making 600 cows out of my enlightenment. You are trying to make more cows out of my seeking. But he is really sincere disciple. He did not bother about it. He just took the cows. And the story says, when the cows have become 1000, when he came back, Master says, not only he became enlightened, he says, now we have 1001 cows. In Vedic tradition, cows are highly respected as a sacred thing. He says, this guy is also now raised to that level, sacred, the level of sanctity. Actual thing what happened is, continuously when you work with cows, they cannot let you rest. And they don't know you are working 24 hours. They don't know there is nobody else to replace you. They don't know that today is holiday. They don't know. But one person can work only 8-hour shift. They do not have all these problems. They will constantly demand your attention. This guy, by working continuously with them, the deep desire for rest has disappeared. I can say, the deep desire for vacation or the deep desire for rest, the chronic fatigue, if it leaves your system, 90% of your spiritual journey is over. That is the first worst problem. First layer samskara. The second, in the prana sarira, in the pranic layer, you store all the desires. That is why whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will see the breathing pattern will change. If you are caught by strong desires, like a lust or anger, even anger is a kind of a desire. Strong desires, your breathing pattern will change. It will be chaotic. The third layer, mental layer. See, the pranic layer, second layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life shouldn't have been. Means guilt. If your energy moves towards the future, it is desire. If your energy moves towards the past, and continuously it is rotating only about the past, it is called guilt. If it is flowing continuously towards the future, it is desire. If it is flowing continuously towards the past, it is guilt. Different ways of moving. The mental layer, the third layer, you store the engrams related to guilt. The fourth layer, in emotions, you store all the visualizations related to pain. Understand? The fourth layer is very powerful layer. In the fourth layer, you don't need any action or information to strengthen the engrams. In the first two layers, you need action to strengthen your engrams. Means the tiredness or the desire for vacation. The more you give the vacation, the more the desire will be strengthened. Same way, other desires, the more you enter into action based on those desires, the more the engrams will become strong. The third layer, guilt related engrams. You don't need to do the same action, but just the information about that action. Means if you have seen the same place, or if you are seeing the same person, if you are seeing the same situations, immediately that engrams will become strong and it will be awakened. But in the fourth layer, pain engrams. First layer, chronic fatigue, lethargy engrams. Second, desires. Third, guilt. Fourth, pain. The pain layer, neither you need action, means you don't have to have the same pain again and again, nor you need information related to pain. You don't even need to receive information related to pain. Just the engrams are enough, they can multiply, they can expand, they can multiply. The deeper layers, the fifth layer, the layer you experience in the deep sleep, there, even though engrams are there, you cannot do anything about it, because in the deep sleep, your mind cannot do anything. It's an unconscious layer. In the first four layer, if you can reduce the depth of the engrams, samskaras, naturally the fifth layer and sixth layer will be cleansed. Fifth layer will be cleansed if you clean all the first four layers. If the fifth layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing sixth layer more and more. Sixth layer, meditation layer. Fifth layer is deep sleep layer. Sixth layer is meditation layer. If you are getting into the deep sleep layer more easily, it means the first four layers are clean. If the first four layers are not clean, then you will suffer more in the fifth layer. That is why the more stress and load, so much of suffering related to sleep starts happening in the life. Sleep has become a big problem. Now, especially in the developed countries, I am seeing they are able to get beds but not sleep. Their infrastructure has created the facility to have beds and different temperature, different comfort, so many things, but not sleep because too much stress. Not only that, if these four layer engrams are too much, in the fifth layer, the relationship between you and your body gets disconnected. I always tell people, reducing the engrams in the first four layer is making friends with your body. Making friends with your body, because you don't know how we are abusing the body. Understand? If you are having overweight, it is directly connected to some of these engrams. When you feel emptiness inside, lonely, you start feeling it. Sometimes you start feeling it by food or by drinking. Any one thing. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engram. Removing these engrams, I can say, is making friends with your body. Making friendship with your body. I can say this is the best way to heal. The other day, I received a big letter and a report from one of our devotee in USA. She came to our program maybe 2 years ago. Of course, the same meditation which we are going to do now, she did that meditation. She had a tumor in the Mooladhara, root center. She had 3 times surgery. She herself is a doctor. But again and again the tumor was growing in the same place. She came and she was doing this meditation which we are going to do today. And she was weeping uncontrollably during the meditation. I tried to tell her, please relax, but it was uncontrollable. Anyhow, after the meditation, I asked her, what is the problem? She said that I suddenly again relived the guilt. The young age, she has been abused by some of the close relative, some physical abusing, maybe sexual abuse. She said that suddenly that samskara opened up, that guilt opened up. I relived. That's the reason I am not able to control. I was uncontrollable. Please forgive me, Swamiji. I said, that's okay. Let it leave. Reliving is relieving. Understand? Consciously, reliving is relieving. And you will be surprised. Even of course, I am surprised. It was, of course, I know that relieving heals, but this is very miraculous. It really happened. And she says, after that relieving, after that meditation, within a month the tumor disappeared and never came back. Now at least 1.5 years over. Did not come back. I was shocked. I said, of course I know relieving heals, relieving the guilt, releasing all the samskaras heals. But this is really miraculous. The guilt which she created in the young age, not only about that, the hatred about, it has not only evolved as a hatred towards that person, it has evolved as hatred towards the self, towards herself, and the part of that body part. So that hatred has become tumor and sickness. When that engram was released, when that guilt was released, when she became pure, when the guilt has left her system, suddenly she came back to health. The system came back to health. Understand? So many pains and sufferings, physical and mental illnesses, we are storing in our system in the form of some engram. Not only diseases, even disorders, weight, obesity, overweight, obesity, or many other disorders, even those disorders are directly connected to some of our engrams, working on the first 4 layer engrams and releasing them, reliving them and relieving them will heal your system very powerfully. Understand? It is little strong method, little strong technique. But I tell you, it's at least 100 times powerful than any yoga, any kriya you can do. Because yoga or kriya heals, no doubt. It takes its own time. This is like directly attacking the root center, root cause of suffering. Yoga starts working on your physical body, exhausts all the tamasic engrams and heals you. Kriyas, the breathing techniques, they start working on your pranic layer, second layer, and releases the desire engrams, reduces the stress and starts healing. But this method, the meditation techniques, straight away works on your 4th layer. You can work only maximum up to 4th layer. Beyond that, your logic cannot travel, your effort cannot do anything. Beyond that, only the master's presence can do any job. Anyhow, you can work up to the 4th layer. The meditation technique straight away works up to the 4th layer and heals you. That is why it will be so powerful. You need complete involvement, interest. You need to put your whole attention and awareness into the technique. If you can go into it and come out, you will see miracles happening inside you. Understand? If you don't know the signs of miracle, you will be making accidents. If you know how to use your inner space, you will be making miracles. If you don't know how to use your inner space, you will be making accidents. Both are beyond your logic. Miracle and accident, both are beyond your logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it miracle. If the effect is not desired by you, if it is not benefiting you, you call it as accident. In your inner space, if you know how to use, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is planned for miracles. If you don't know how to use, you will be constantly creating accidents because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So, this is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process. Understand? I don't even want to use the word meditation technique for what we are going to do today. Today we are going to do two things. One is process. Maybe the second one can be called as meditation. The first one cannot be called as meditation because it's more like reliving, going into all the things about which you are afraid, all the things which frightens you, facing them, living them, reliving them. I call this as reliving. Reliving is relieving. And we will enter into meditation technique. Very powerful technique which you can carry and practice in your home every day.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist. enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were